All right, all right, all right. That's enough communism. That's enough Did you guys enjoy that? Is everyone awake? Everyone feeling good? Everyone ready to watch some legitimate socialists today? Guys, we might be starting, we don't do Sassy Saturday on the channel anymore because Alex didn't want to anymore, which is fine, by the way. That's his choice. But we might be replacing Sassy Saturday with Socialism Saturdays. Because I got to tell you guys, I, by complete accident, came across a great socialist YouTube channel. And we found this. Don't worry, we're not listening to 10 hours of communism. Don't worry, Reagan. I got you. So when did this happen? Like maybe a week and a half ago? I came across a webinar that involved a teacher trainer that is doing work in the Cambridge, Massachusetts schools, and she gave a webinar about, I don't know, something related to crazy like liberating education, some crazy socialist thing with education. I don't even remember what it was anymore. Time means nothing anymore. Anyway, they did this webinar with Haymarket Books. And this is the first time I had ever heard of Haymarket Books, but some of you guys, because you guys oftentimes pay more attention to some of these things than I do, one of you guys said, Carlin, they are a socialist publisher. They only publish books on socialism. And I was like, what else do they have on their channel then? And they got all sorts of crazy stuff on their channel. They got Noam Chomsky talking about the consequences of capitalism. They got Marxism in a minute. They got all sorts of Marxist. We've seen her before. Holy shit. we've seen this woman before on Happy Hour. I've definitely seen stuff with her in it before. They do all sorts of book launches. They've got all sorts of crazy stuff. Like yesterday, we watched "Learning as Rebellion: Resisting Right-Wing Attacks on Higher Education." They've got what is the relevance of the Russian Revolution today. They've got keywords for capitalism. They got all sorts of crazy stuff. But one of the things that I noticed yesterday, because I was getting ready for Happy Hour yesterday, and oh, I don't know why there is trouble on my actively Unwoke stream. On Facebook, whatever. I'll do that later. Anyway, so I was getting ready yesterday for Happy Hour, and we watched that resisting right-wing attacks on higher education thing yesterday for Happy Hour on my second channel, youtube.com/actively unwoke. It is as crazy as you think it is. And I happened to notice that they were scheduled to do a whole live series of socialist presentations all weekend long, streaming on their channel. They already streamed one earlier. They already did one earlier, two earlier, actually. They already did something about like New World Order stuff and like disability liberation earlier. I didn't think those were like interesting enough for me to want to pay attention to, but you know what I do want to watch? Transgender Marxism, coming up at 2 p.m. Now, I am aware that last year, I think, a book came out called Transgender Marxism, and I'm gonna bet that these were the publishers of that book, and they're gonna have the author of that book on at 2 p.m. to talk about transgender Marxism. So you know what? I thought it's Saturday. Let's have a little socialism Saturday, shall we? And the reason that we do this, and that I do actually think it's important to do this is not just me screwing around watching crazy stuff on the internet. That when we get into like legitimate socialists, like when you get into like the real democratic socialists, and these aren't even democratic socialists, these are like next level socialists, and you start getting into the really, really, really far left stuff. What I found is that when you start watching this stuff, you get a preview of where the Democrats will be in a year, 2 years, not that long from now, because these guys are basically like the uber earliest adopters of all of the crazy stuff. Oh fuck, I forgot my knitting. I gotta text Victor to have him bring me my knitting. Oh my god, I cannot believe I left my knitting downstairs. See, I was about thinking, I was like, I'm gonna spend several hours today watching socialism. I need to knit something. Bring me my knitting. I have the best husband in the world who is going to gather my knitting from the couch in the living room and bring it up to my office. But anyway, so the reason that we watch this crazy stuff is because this is the preview for where the Democratic Party will be going. I'm not exaggerating about that. So this is like going behind enemy lines. We need to listen to what they're saying. And I know some of you don't like listening to what they say. I know you don't like watching it. I know you think it's just like way too crazy for you. But if you want a preview of where CNN is going to be in 2 years, you need to watch this. Because we cannot effectively fight back against them unless we know what they're doing, unless we know what they're saying. That's like, I really think that I think there was a time, maybe like 3 years ago, when the right really did have a better understanding. Oh, Victor, you are a good man, Victor. You are a good man. Thank you. Good news. The knitting has arrived. I dropped a ball. Oh, I got it. Thank you. I dropped a ball of yarn, or a skein of yarn. Anyway, so we need to listen to this stuff because this is where things are going. And you cannot effectively fight back against something if you don't know where it's going. I really do think that the right did understand the left like a couple years ago. I no longer think that the political right understands the political left, because like I see the right saying things, because I watch stuff like this a lot. I watch left-wing news a lot. I listen to left-wing commentators a lot, and I watch the really I mean, obviously I watch woke trainings every single Friday on my second channel. You are always welcome to come watch with me. I really get into what they're actually saying and listen to it in its full form. I don't think the right does that anymore, because the things I see the right saying have absolutely no relevance to what the left is actually saying. So the right kind of like makes things up sometimes, and they say this is what people on the left think, this is why they're doing what they're doing. It has no relevance to any of the left-wing stuff that I watch at all. Maybe they were better at it a couple years ago. I think things have changed. And so I do legitimately think that it is important that we watch things like this and that we really pay attention to what they're actually saying. Because if the right is doing crazy stuff like fighting an enemy that doesn't exist, an enemy that they have invented, they're not going to be very effective at it. And this is why I think the right's going to get it handed to them in November. I do not think the right is going to do well in the midterms. I don't think they're going to do nearly as well as they think they are, because I don't think they know who their enemy is. They do not know who they're fighting. But I do, because I've been watching all their shit for 2 years. And I like to sometimes take you guys along with me. So starting at 2 p.m., we are going to watch Transgender Marxism on the Socialist Book Publisher YouTube channel. Allotrope, do right-wingers know that Billie Eilish referenced the overturning of Roe v. Wade in one of their most recent songs? Republicans are not going to sweep the midterms. No. Well, I mean, they may know that, but what Republicans are not paying attention to is that Democrats are registering more new voters than Republicans are. Democrats are fundraising better than the Republicans are. They're registering more new voters than the Republicans are. Their base is much more energized than the Republicans are. They're going to lose in November. I think they're finally starting to come around to it. I think like Ben Shapiro said something like a week ago. I also saw poll numbers that are, and I think like you got people like Rich Barris, Rich Barris has staked his reputation on this. He's hanging on for dear life for the polls that existed back when the initial Roe decision was released, and I don't think he's correct. I think he is letting his own ego get in the way of seeing what's happening. I think the right's going to get it handed to them in November. They may eke out a win in the House. I do legitimately think they will probably win the House back. I don't think they're winning the Senate. Not in any way. And by the way, I would actually love to be wrong about that. I would be thrilled to be wrong. Nothing would please me more than to be wrong. I just don't think I am. So we're not going to worry about that right now, because ain't nothing I can do about that. Ain't nothing I can do about that. But we can watch and see what these socialists are saying. And so we're going to watch Transgender Marxism at 2 p.m. That's coming right up in about 15 minutes. Go grab your drink of choice and make sure you join us. We also have at 4 p.m. Black Feminism and Black Liberation in 2022. We may stay for that. At 9 p.m., Change Everything, Racial Capitalism and the Case for Abolition. I'm actually kind of interested in that, to be honest. I don't know if I'm going to stick around till 9 p.m. tonight. We're going to have to see. But I am a little bit interested in that. I'm going to be honest. So, guys, welcome to our very first, possibly only, but possibly first, Socialism Saturday, where we watch literal socialist content, not like CNN socialism, because CNN isn't really socialism. It's not. It's like liberalism / progressivism, kind of light. This is the real stuff. Okay. And so I hope you're all hunkered down and are ready for a good old time. Now, before we get into that, I'm just going to promo a couple things. Guys, as you know, I am working on a project to help train 10,000 parents to find what the schools are teaching their kids using all publicly available information. And I am very grateful to all of you that you helped me actually meet my funding goal in like 4 days. So, and that actually is great because it really eliminated a lot of stress for me, to be honest. I thought I was going to have to grind this out. I really did. But the initial funding goal has been met on Indiegogo. So this will be funded. It will be funded. It has now been up on Indiegogo for like a week and a half, a little over a week. So we have not been canceled. We got canceled on Kickstarter within a couple of hours, even though they manually reviewed the project and approved it. Indiegogo is not going to cancel it, though. I've actually already emailed back and forth with their support. We're cool. So you can support this campaign. I would really love to have a marketing budget for this campaign. I did not build a marketing budget into this, but a marketing budget would really, really, really help me out. What a marketing budget would allow me to do is to like take out ads in like flyers and circulars that target parents, which I'm going old school with marketing for this. I'm not doing, well, I might do like a tiny bit of social media marketing, like a little tiny bit, but really, I think that the way that I'm going to get 10,000 parents through something like this is with old school marketing tactics. In order to do that, I do need money. I do need a budget in order to be able to do it. And so now, because I've kind of funded what I think is going to be required to build out the technology and a private platform to be able to do this, I am moving on to like other things. So if you donate now to the campaign, you can still get a whole bunch of perks to include free months in my locals, a shout out in my video. But where I really want to draw your attention is starting at the $50 level, because if you are a parent with school age children, kids that are either in elementary school, middle school, high school, in the public schools, you need to get into this program. I am telling you, we have been doing a lot of research and investigations lately into just what schools are posting on their websites. I am continually shocked and amazed at how much crazy nonsense we can uncover that they're all doing in public. Now, the problem is that a lot of times they tried to hide it. They're kind of shifty about it, but they are posting this publicly. They're just maybe burying it a couple layers deep. That you may have to go through different steps to get it. In this program, I'm going to teach you how to do this. I'm going to teach you how to go through the process that I go through when I'm investigating schools, to be able to find out as much as you possibly can using the information that they're posting publicly. I will also have modules about FOIA requests, so things we can't get out in public, like their emails and stuff like that. I will teach you how to do FOIA requests and how to follow up on them and how to negotiate them and all those things. That is what this program is designed to do. And you can get early access, be part of the first group of parents that are in it starting in January for a donation of $50. And that's going to be about half off the price that I'm ultimately going to sell it for. That is lifetime access to the program when that launches in January. There are only 50 slots available for that. So you want to make sure you get one of those 50 slots, because after those 50 slots are filled, it's going to go up to $75. And then once the program launches in January, we're going to have it. It's going to be a $99 one-time fee, essentially, to pay for the technology, to pay for the upkeep, to make sure that I can spend my time doing live sessions and helping parents out, stuff like that. So that's what it's going to be. You can also, at the $90 level, get both a spot for you and a spot for someone else. And this was specially requested by members of my community who said, we want to be able to give scholarships to people. And so we decided to put it at the $90 level for a slot for you and a scholarship for someone who might need that type of help. You can also get signed copies of my book, Actively Unwoke. You can get private training with me. You can actually have me investigate your school for you. And at the $1,000 level, I will even knit you a custom hand knit shawl. You can find out more about what I want to do in the program that I want to launch over at, well, you can go to unwokearmy.com/parents, and that will redirect you right over to the Indiegogo campaign. And I really appreciate everyone's financial support. And if you are not in a position to financially support it, I totally understand, but please share it. Share it with your friends, share it with parents that you know. Word of mouth and grassroots is how I'm going to make this work. I'm not going the influencer top-down route, because I think most influencers are god-awful people and shills that aren't actually interested in solving problems. I think that normal people are, though. I think that parents are interested in solving problems. I think that normal people are interested in solving problems. And so I'm skipping over the influencer level and I'm going right to the normal people. But in order to do that, I need people to help me share this out with as many people as you can, as many parent groups as you can. Get the word out about this. The more people we get involved, the more of an army we have to be able to fight back against the insanity of the woke left. If you don't want to support that, there are other ways to support my work. You can find them at activelyunwoke.com/support. You can join me in Patreon, where Ian Miles Chung and Matt Walsh were nice enough to advertise this amazing t-shirt that I do have as a perk for $25 a month supporters on Patreon. And there are other perks too at different levels. If you don't like Patreon, which I totally understand, you can also join my locals at $5 a month, $50 a year, make a one-time gift over there, kb.locals.com/support. I think there's also a link down below somewhere. And you can also make some gifts of support on my Substack. All supporters, whether it be on the Indiegogo campaign or on Patreon or on locals or on Substack, will be invited to join my supporter-only Discord, where on Sunday we are having movie night. This week we are watching 1984. highly relevant to what we're watching today. We're getting together at 8 o'clock on Sunday, tomorrow, as it turns out, to watch this movie. And so if you become a supporter on any of the platforms, you can join my supporter Discord and come to movie night with us. We watched Soylent Green last week, which was really great. We had a great discussion. I'm really looking forward to this tomorrow night as well. Also, you're going to get access to my Bitchcraft, my knitting group, which is coming up next week on Saturday. All sorts of great stuff going on. And you don't need to be a supporter to do this, but I just wanted to let you know about it. I am running another book club, a back-to-school book club for Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity in your life. You do not have to be a supporter to get involved with the book club. You just have to buy the book, and you can head over to activelyunwoke.com/book club to upload a copy of your receipt. The book club will be starting on September 17th, so we got a couple weeks there. And this is a book that you can use. I wanted to do a back-to-school book club because parents parents have a task ahead of them when it comes to the public schools, and I want to be able to help them keep an eye on things in their school district to make sure they know what's going on and what their kids are learning. And so that's what we're going to be talking about in this book club, and you can sign up for free at activelyunwoke.com/book club. All right, guys, that is all the shilling I have. Congratulations, you made it. But I do want to get up here. I want to get started. Bot is correct that we have more people watching on this stream than they have on their stream, which is always a good thing. Let's see. Can you imagine taking a cruise with Carlin and we all talk about waking people up and knitting? That would be the best. Should we do a cruise sometime? I have thought about doing a retreat sometime. Like, I know I have a lot of people in my locals who would like kind of like an in-person thing. So one of the things I am doing, guys, is next June at Pork Fest. I know. Oh, hang on. They're starting. Hang on. Let me get this up and running and we can talk about this in a sec. All right. Oh, this is like a real panel. Holy shit. All right. They're not really doing much of anything right now. But if you come to Pork Fest actually next June in New Hampshire, I know that a bunch of my locals will be there. We're going to do a real life meetup. So that's going to be pretty great. I already have my Pork Fest tickets. I already have my Pork Fest hotel room. I hope you guys do too if you're planning on coming, because get into the motel if you can. But no, I think a cruise would be great. I would love to do a group cruise sometime. That would be awesome. Carlin, conservatives want me to drink. Let's get some pumpkin spice beer. You know what? So I am starting off with a coffee today. I do have my giant mug of coffee, even though it's almost 2 p.m. And I have, just in case we go on a little while, I've got some cider donut cider. This stuff is so good. 1911 cider donut cider. So I got my cooler on the floor right here. Got my cooler with my ice packs on the floor. They're still wearing masks. Yes, the socialists are still wearing masks. That's pretty great. Let me see if I can make this bigger. There we go.
Does it also work up here if we all stand to speak?
Oh, perfect. Yeah. It also works here.
Are you guys excited for transgender Marxism? Mount that like button if you're excited to. This is basically Spy Stream. I didn't realize this was going to be like a real life panel.
Great. Thank you, Ashley.
Brooklyn Way's got some beer. I got a pumpkin spice beer and a weird cola and all kind of stuff. The banana bread beer, I know exactly what the banana bread beer. It's Wells. The banana bread beer is okay. It's not bad. Libertarians rock and conservatives suck, trying to push organized religion on all of us. I don't disagree with you. Mass and top knots. Yes, they have to have that. Guys, please mount that like button for me. You're not mounting the like button for socialism. You're mounting the like button because we're going behind enemy lines to learn what the enemy's saying. By the way, guys, if you don't yet follow me on Gab, of course I got permanently banned on Twitter for posting state email addresses to help parents report schools to the state that are blatantly, openly violating the law. Twitter banned me for it. I'm still working on the appeal for that because they are going to take their sweet time with it. I think I'm going to get reinstated eventually, so I'm actually not that worried about it. Even if I don't really care. But if you don't follow me on Gab, I am on Gab. I am using Gab. Gab and Minds. And I'm on Gitter and I'm on True Social as well. I'm using those a little bit less. I like, okay, I had to go through a whole process on Gab where I had to block the legitimate Nazis and the legitimate racists. And yes, they do exist on Gab. They do. But you can find me on Gab, Minds, Truth Social, and Gitter, all under Carlin, just my first name, Karlyn. And so if you're on there, yeah, so I agree. There are way too many Christian nationalists, but you know what? Once you block them, there are actually like good people on Gab too. So I agree with you. Like I had a big hurdle to get over with blocking the really, really, really very extreme right people. They were awful. But once I got that under control, it's been fine ever since. So check it out. I mean, and I actually really do like Minds too. I have to say, Minds is much more chill. Minds is kind of like the hipster platform. So I'm enjoying it there.
Oh my God.
And I might have some very spicy information posted on Gab right now about walkaway fame whore Mike Harlow picking up a 19-year-old at an event we did in Omaha. And Mike Harlow is pretending that they were like in a relationship or something on Twitter. They were not in a relationship. Mike Harlow was obsessed with him and they had a one-night stand. And then he never called him again. Anyway, I posted all that on Gab earlier just for shits and giggles. Just for shits and giggles. Because if my private life from 20 years ago has to get dragged all over the internet by that asshole, turnabout is fair fucking play, motherfucker. All right, we should be getting ready for socialism here, guys. If you're just joining, we are going to be watching. We are sneaking behind enemy lines to stream a legitimate social. Look, you can see Socialism 2020. That's the name of this conference. Socialism 2020. We're going to be watching a session about transgender Marxism, hopefully one about black liberation and feminism right after it. We're going to have a good old day of socialism. It is Socialism Saturdays. And you guys are going to see the difference. If you haven't watched legitimately socialist content before, for all of those who you think CNN is socialism, no. No. If you haven't watched legitimately socialist content before, you're in for a treat today. I'll tell you what, you are in for a treat. I wonder if the masks were mandatory at this conference. I hope all the knitters got their West Knits Mystery Yarn Along kit today, the one they wanted. I created my own kit. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. I will be knitting with West Wool. I got the basically as white as I could go, as black as I could go, and a hot pink. So I'm doing black and white with a accent of pink. Why is this not streaming on my channel? Huh. I was supposed to be streaming this on one of my Facebook pages, but Facebook is not allowing me to stream on one of my pages. So I'm trying to troubleshoot what's going on there. Huh. That's weird. It just randomly ended the stream. Oh, well. People can watch here if they want to. Wait until I hear the lives from the Carolina Federation and New Hanover for All Oh My. What are those? I don't know what those are. You might buy one more, Judy? I'm still thinking about one of them. I'm still thinking about one of them. Let me look it up real quick and see if they've sold out of it yet. I was looking at that neighborhood yarn company, the blue and the purple with that coral. Let me see. There was also a Qing fiber one that I liked, but I really just wanted to do black and white. Yeah, the one I was looking at is still available. It is. It is. We'll have to see. Guys, we do Bitchcraft on the second Saturday of every month in my locals and also for my Patreon supporters as well. So if you do crafts of any sort, whether that be knitting, obviously is the far most superior of all crafts. But if you can crochet, you can do embroidery or cross stitch or sew or draw or paint or make jewelry or anything like that, you can come to our Bitchcraft that we're going to do next Saturday at 3 p.m., which is basically we get together on a Zoom call, we hang out, and we talk and we craft, and that's all it is. And it's just like a nice way to it's a nice way to just like connect with normal people. So you're welcome to join us for that next week if you like. Bring whatever you like. You can even do your laundry, clean your gun, hang out, play video games, whatever. Just chill with normal people for once. I should quit. The conservatives threw me away. No, the conservatives didn't throw me away. I quit the right. I left the right in April of 2021, and then you idiots ever since have been really working your level best to try to shut me up. You idiots ever since have been really working your level best to try to shut me up, proving that conservatives are a woke cancel mob just like the left. I proudly became a libertarian in April of 2021. It took you guys over a year to notice, still claiming that I was a conservative when I was never a conservative. If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. But I'm not going to quit just to make people like you feel better for engaging in a conservative fucking cancel mob like the woke leftist that you are. Facts don't care about your feelings. I'm not even blocking you yet because I want to see if you have the balls to respond to me before this panel gets started, but we'll see. We'll see. Conservatives are absolutely hypocrites when it comes to free speech. Conservatives threw me away, my God. Yes, this person is absolutely a typical conservative right here. Idiot. Idiot. This is why you idiots are going to lose, man. My God. You understand that libertarians are going to make Republicans lose, right? You understand you're going to lose because we're going to spoil your elections, right? Congratulations. Fucking idiots. I just had a conservative earlier today being like, you libertarians should team up with Republicans. And I was like, no, go fuck yourself. I will never vote for a Republican again. It will never, ever, ever happen again. Never happen again. Purely because of people like this. We threw you away. You didn't throw away shit. I left. You idiots were too dumb to notice. And then once you finally did, a year later, you haven't stopped whining about it ever since, because conservatives are almost as bad as the socialists we're about to watch when it comes to whining. Almost as bad as the socialists that we are about to watch today. But you're welcome to leave if you don't want to be here. You're not required. I'm just going to block that person because I don't want them here. Telling me conservatives threw me away when she's throwing a hissy fit in my chat. The socialists are running late today. They are running late.
But is it going to be like on the general internet or just for attendees?
Can someone look up this conference and see if they were requiring people to wear a mask? I think I do see some people without masks in the audience. Like, were masks required at this event?
Okay. Well, I hope they enjoy themselves. No.
Yeah, this is exactly right. The political right is completely fractured because they spit in the faces of everyone who came to vote for them in 2020 for the first time. Spit in all of our faces. Unapologetically told us to go away, told us they didn't want our votes anymore, and now guess what? They're about to have a midterm election that they're starting to scramble for. They're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have spit in the faces of all those people who helped us in 2020. Maybe that was a bad idea. But guess what? Too late, too bad, so sad. Yes, I can absolutely turn on the captions. Actually, I don't know if I can. They might already be on. Oh,
Maybe we should stay seated.
so I do have them turned on. I do have them turned on, but I'm streaming off of their YouTube channel, and this is live, so I don't know if it's gonna work. I hope it does. Oh, she's taking the mask off. Oh no, here we go. They're taking the masks are off, folks. The masks are off. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Mount that like button for me, please.
Transgender Marxism, which is being live streamed. My name is Sophie Lewis, and I'll introduce myself briefly again in a minute. But before I do that, and before I introduce my conversation partners, let me just read out.
Yes, they did require to be masked and fully vaxxed and boosted.
Attendees are required to wear masks, fully covering the nose and mouth while indoors and in conference spaces, including hallways and meeting rooms. We speakers from the front can remove our masks in order to deliver our presentations while actively speaking, and audience members are still required to wear masks even while asking questions or making comments. The mask policy is in place to protect all of us, especially the immunocompromised, from the risk of contracting COVID-19. Thank you. Okay, again, welcome. Thank you for being here. As I said, my name is Sophie, and I am an actual or certainly aspiring practitioner of transgender Marxism.
Oh, good.
As expressed in 2 books so far, Full Surrogacy Now and Abolish the Family. My pronouns are
Abolish
they, and I live in
the Family? That's a book? Abolish the Family.
Critical utopianist social theory remotely at the Brooklyn Institute. Today, I am joined by Jules Joanne Gleason and Cade Doyle Griffiths. We will talk for an hour with opening remarks from Jules, hear from and then we'll sit from me, and then open it up as possible for discussion, which can and should include questions. Hear from the lectern, then we'll sit down again and we'll have responses from Cade, further questions from me, and then open it up as soon as possible for discussion, which can and should include questions from the live stream viewers, if you would be so kind as to bring those to my attention. As chair, I'll be taking about 3 questions at a time, imposing a 3-minute time limit.
My internet's a little
well
janky. It should correct itself.
You all to speak to one another, to say things that the whole room can engage with, rather than treating us exclusively as a panel of experts. Yeah, and we've got live captioning going on. If there's someone speaking quietly near you, that may be because they require a translation service, so don't worry about that. Okay. Joanne Gleason is a writer, communist, and stand-up
Abolish the Family, a manifesto for care and liberation. Holy shit, that is a real book.
Last year's anthology.
That is a real book.
Marxism, which I urge you to buy from the book.
She also wrote Feminism Against Family. Full Legacy Now.
Performed at queer and communist venues around the world. She is writing a book about intersex liberation and the 1990s. Cade Doyle teaches anthropology at Brooklyn College, CUNY.
CUNY.
He's an editor at others, including Noah Zarnis, Nat Hardy Rosenberg, and the Constitution for the Advancement of Cultural Degeneracy. Cade is a contributor in this book. Indeed, I believe was one of the instigators of the idea back in 20. So I'm going to hand it over to Jules for some opening remarks. And thank you again for being here.
It should itself in a second. Hang on.
Thanks a lot. Made it. Chicago and who's watching on the live stream too. So these open are mostly just going to focus on the of the book. I'm not going to talk about the collections today. I'm just going to talk about this title, Transgender Marxism. I'm going to explain our provocation to you today in 2 points. So firstly, we're going to talk about transgender. So what do trans people and trans struggle, what do these things have to do with revolutionary politics? How are the two going to relate? And this bit, the transgender bit, is kind of the easy part of my talk. Because I think anyone involved in revolutionary or radical left-wing organizing can't really help but have noticed the prominence of trans and other sexually non-conforming people in revolutionary politics.
They consider
So
trans to be
I see this
sexually
as quite
non-conforming.
an unmistakable, sort of an unavoidable thing to notice. Like there's just, the two things seem to mingle together a lot. What seems to be more difficult for a lot of leftists, revolutionaries, and so on, is explaining this. So whether we're talking about like unionization drives in Starbucks, as recently reported by the liberal media, or anarchist free shops and so on, at every kind of level of left-wing organizing, there's been this remarkable trend which hasn't really been so simple for people to account for. And I think a lot of what the collection is trying to do is sort of provide some explanations and some accounts of why that's happened, but especially to kind of like break this kind of awkwardness which we've been noticing, because contrastingly to the left, the political right has found trans people and being all too easy to integrate into their broader narrative of decline. So the right wing talks about the decline of the nation, the decline of families, both of these things losing their grip along with the church. And in this context, like trans people stand in for this kind of porousness of sexual division, male and female, this porousness between them, ranking alongside the porousness of national borders as one of the primary problems facing societies. So, provocatively, in that context, we want to affirm that these reactionaries, so the global right, are presenting to us very incoherent arguments that seem often absurd on their face, but they're not actually reacting to nothing at all. So there are more trans people. There are more trans people filling up subversive and social revolutionary movements. And this reflects very objectively real and quantifiable challenges to the grip of families over our lives, and therefore the reproduction of capitalist relations. So these are some real trends which we have to offer some response to. Needless to say, the responses which we offer are pretty different to the global political right. So the politics which are developed in the book, and which I hope we can all continue to develop today and going forwards, are all about trans consciousness and the development of that alongside, or to be more specific, the development of that through revolutionary class consciousness. So these kind of two streams of self-knowledge and interlocking struggles, which may appear equally in workplaces, households, or on the streets. So that was the easy bit. So now we're going to talk about Marxism, or rather about Marx. And yeah, I guess for the purposes of this talk, I'm just assuming we're all social revolutionaries. If you're not a social revolutionary at this point, I can't really help you.
I guess we are unhelpable. We are
maybe we can chat at the
unhelpable.
bar if you're lucky, and I'll win you around to that one. But,
Any social revolutionaries in the chat
but
today?
right, so if you're a social revolutionary, why bother with Marx? Like, what specific traction does his writing and the writing which draws from especially Capital, what's the purpose of turning to that body of texts and that body of analyses for turning ourselves towards revolutionary outcomes? So I think there's kind of two things which are especially useful here.
They're all terrible public speakers. They're all like this. This is how all socialists
very
speak.
small and very particular and
Every
very,
one of them.
one-off or unique things in ways which integrates them into the bigger picture. And then secondly, he also sort of provides a hope of a macro or a larger picture, which I think a lot of revolutionaries have found, at least
Woman at the
therapeutic and
man, woman,
soothing,
whatever person at that
for their
table has
purposes.
not obeying the mask policy.
So to talk about the small things first. So in Capital, when Marx talks about commodities and describes them as mysterious things. Some people translate this as queer things, but let's go with mysterious for the moment, because I don't want to be polemical. So when
Oh my
Marx talks about
gosh.
commodities, he has this mechanism he describes whereby we look at commodities several times over, and as we look at them time and time again, we start to see different things. The immediate grasp is probably to do with the more tactile, the measurable form. You have you have a quantifiable number of things, you have a certain number of items you can count up and itemize and collect. But upon closer examination, we find unlocked in commodities metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties that actually we find as we move beyond the kind of the sensual interaction we have with them and into the supersensual. Just sorting out
She's nervous.
my own
That's what's
sensual
going on.
engagement. So
Stage
at
fright.
this point in Capital that Marx kind of cashes the check on his early writings about sensuousness and that being something which was lacking from earlier forms of materialism. So I think it's exactly this point in Capital which we start to see the use for this kind of approach and the use for this kind of method for examining transgender experiences. We're not really required either to ditch the immediate engagements, the cravings for self-transformation, the collapsings of dysphoria, and anything else like that. We're not really required to side either with those immediate moments and those interactions with those around us on the very tactile or sensory level. We don't have to focus either on those or on the broader picture, the overarching systems, oppression, domination, and so on, to actually provide an account for things. Yet with that said, I think it's inevitable and unavoidable to also mention that this appeal.
I agree. I think it's very
to a
interesting they
larger
have their
macro
chat
system,
disabled.
to looking
We
at,
do not have the chat
modes of
disabled.
production and the kind of grander
I will
historical
be
accounting,
making the
which
chat
also
nice for
provides
everyone,
a lot
but
of appeal to people approaching these revolutionary problems. And something we kind of deal with throughout the collection, or different people deal with in different ways, is how existing frameworks, whether it's around the consciousness sharing circles of radical feminism, so small-scale experiential sharing circles, or more developed kind of like community provisioning and community discourses. So people with like social positions and like cultural
I can't wait to
characteristics
hear this
coming
K
towards
person
each other to
speak.
kind of come to a collective understanding. I think in one way or another, we find the limit points of these ways of understanding ourselves and understanding our struggles when those struggles continue. So this is kind of like this chance to draw back and to distance, in one sense, ourselves from our immediate circumstances, while also recontextualizing them, is the unique set of qualities which I find arises from
Well done.
Marxist theory. So I think I'm approaching the end of my time, and hopefully this is kind of like
You didn't say
giving you a
anything.
hint as to the substance.
She didn't
of the
say
kind of
anything
like,
about transgender. She didn't say
provocations
anything
we're
about
getting at,
Marxism.
and,
She said
proving
nothing
to
of
you,
substance.
at least,
Congratulations.
that we're not simply trolling everyone.
You did just troll
that
everyone. You
that's
didn't
not
say,
our
you just
element.
wasted 10 minutes of our time.
Not merely trolling. Okay. All right. Well, I think I'm going to stop that. I'm really looking forward to the Q&A, and I'm really happy to see the crowd which has filled up this room. And right, so I'm going to pass over to Sophie and then Kate.
Oh, I'm so excited. This person. I cannot wait to hear this person. We're gonna watch.
Thanks, Jules.
We're gonna watch
thanks
everything this
for
person has
finishing
streamed
this
ever after
job.
this.
I don't, in fact, recall that I gave you that assignment, but if I did, I'm very glad for it, because I'm very glad the book came out. I'm glad for the opportunity to have written a chapter in it and to get to talk about it here today and in other places, hopefully in the future. And thanks also for your opening remarks. I thought they were quite excellent, and there's a few points that I would like to elaborate on. I think shockingly more than disagree.
No, this is a conference
bad,
called
some disagree with
Socialism
you.
2022.
But,
Change everything. This is live,
the,
though. This is live right now.
Question of Marx and what Marx has to do with transness, I think, is really the appropriate one for this space and this room in terms of the kinds of questions many of you are probably coming to this room with, and the varied perspectives and experiences of transness or of Marxism that you're bringing here. I really appreciated your little exegesis on the commodity, because I think one of the key features of Marx thought that is crucial for this project is the way in which Marx understands everything as a social relation, right, and a set of social relations, and in relation to each other, and in a constant state of change and flux, but one that is predictable, one that has laws of motion, one that has characteristics, right, and changes both in intensity and then in quality over time, right? That's a sort of key feature of historical materialism in Marx's thought. And I think that for me, the most important, that's the most important thing for thinking about transness from a Marxist perspective, and just simply in the correct register. And it's also the most important thing for thinking about how we could understand some of the mysterious social conditions that have recently emerged around this question, but also what they mean and what they could potentially mean, most importantly, right? So that is to say, I think in the kind of liberal account, right, transness is often assumed to be a sort of individual inherent characteristic of identity, right? That transness is something any given person may or may not have, and that's how it is approached, right, in the liberal rights register, in the register of individual feeling, right, sort of all the way down.
Yes, these are their intellectuals.
Kind of essential.
These are their experts.
People may or may not have.
They all
That's
look like
completely
this.
wrong, and it
They all
actually
sound like
explains
this.
Nothing about why, for example, the number of trans people might change over a short period.
Which is why it's even more pathetic that they're
Just kind of
winning.
one of the examples it doesn't explain. So instead, I would urge us to think of transness as a social relation, but really as social relationships, as a product, a process, and a quality of social relationships, which is very abstract. But concretely, for example, you know, when Jules and I initially met, neither of us were trans.
You want to know how inept the
Although,
conservative right is?
contributors to an
These
essay
people
called
are beating the
Trans-Marxism, and it's
conservative
very much
right.
the case that our friendship over time has been, the process has been a huge part of the process of becoming trans-Marxists and trans-Marxist theorists for both of us, and for many other people too, I would say. So that's one thing.
How
but
many
it's
trans-Marxist
also a
theorists
social
are there?
relation in the sense of being a way of seeing yourself and other people in the kind of John Berger ways of seeing register. It's not just a worldview, it's a lens, almost like a Google mask, right? And there's a lot of concrete examples I could give you of that, but if I did, I might be telling secrets out of turn. So I won't. I'm gonna let you use your imagination. But what I'm trying to indicate here is that's the mechanism by which trans people are so often hidden in plain sight, right? Everywhere across society, in terms of other kinds of social relations, class, race, nation, but also work and seeming conservative or radical lifestyle or appearance or something, right? Like a trans person literally could be anyone, and often is, right? And that's important, right, from a Marxist perspective, precisely for the reason that Marx talks about social relations. He does that because he wants us to understand how a communist revolution, a working class revolution, the abolition of everything that exists could come to be, right? What is the process by which that could happen? And what is our place in it, right? And by place, I mean exactly the opposite of a fixed location, but a trajectory, a motion. And he does that because that is the only possible strategic way to ask the question of how we could end class relations, capitalism, and human
Capitalism!
And so, viewed through that lens of social relation, viewed through that understanding of transness as trans people and transness as this kind of present, visible, observable, and yet invisible.
People paid money to go to this, guys. People paid money to go to this. There's a full room of people watching this.
Gives a clue, I think, to the strategic character, the strategic nature of thinking through what role trans people play potentially in a communist revolution, and thinking through who we are, where we are, why we exist.
What role do
what
trans
we're
people
for
play in a
kind of
communist
directional
revolution?
Sense. So that's more or less, I think, how I wanted to respond, and I think I didn't contradict you in any way, but I hope I added on to your already wonderful intro.
Yep, they're doing an abortion one tomorrow. They are. It's true.
So what I got from this wonderful anthology when I read it was, not just, although certainly, a wonderful, trenchant, clarifying critique of transliberalism, but also, yes, a sense that, in a sense, transgender Marxism is
It's really
a
soft.
superfluous
It's them, not me.
phrase. Geordie Rosenberg says in the
I'll see if I can turn it up.
his first sentence, that there is a path into Marx that proceeds through transness. I almost think that, taken as a whole, this anthology very persuasively shows that that Marxism is always already trans.
Her mic isn't
Yeah,
off. She's just very
I don't
low.
know whether you would agree, but either of you. But I'm thinking in part of the sort of historical work done by, amongst others, Emma Heaney, to show that it is, cis sexuality that has been sort of produced and imposed on populations over the course of
It's cis sexuality that has been introduced and
so,
imposed on
yeah,
populations.
so
That's
it's
what she
not
just
just
said.
trolling, right? Despite, notwithstanding the face of the TSA agent who pulled this out of my bag when I was flying here.
That didn't happen.
And I want
That
to,
did not happen.
Dwell for a moment in perhaps a slightly more theoretical realm than I've experienced so far at this, wonderfully practically oriented conference. Because, before moving into perhaps a more practical assessment of contemporary struggles, the contemporary sort of material, conditions of trans life right now. Right, spoiler, they're not great, are they? But yeah, I wanted to reflect.
Oh, thank you, Jack over on Rockfin. I appreciate it.
My dear comrades. Text called Kinderkommunismus. I can't remember the full title. A materialist feminist analysis of the family and a case for its abolition, more or less. 21st century feminist case for its abolition. And I wanted to perhaps, maybe this is too predictable given that it's me, but I'd love to hear just a few remarks from either of you on why it is that trans Marxism opens up the terrain of, what Angela Metropoulos calls, oikonomia, the household, in a way that really benefits, social reproduction analysis today, and really helps get us out of the impasses even of contemporary Marxist feminism, I would say. Why is trans Marxism family abolitionist?
All right, I guess they're going to these other microphones now, so I'm just turning it up as much as I can.
Let's see. Okay. Well, I think I'll let Craig stop talking about Kindergarten, but that's a really, really rich set of responses.
I can barely understand it, just so you guys know.
And
It's their microphone, it's not me.
Yeah, one thing I want to say is when I encountered the TSA agent, alright, I was asked why I was coming into this country, and I think my very instant sounding discussion, my instant explanation was that I had a panel discussion with a geographer and an ethnographer, which is
Thank God we have captions. The captions aren't even working anymore. It's so bad.
Yeah, concerning Anna Heaney and her remarkable book about modernism, she talks exactly about this, these sort of trans-feminine figures, so the way that modernist writers and other
Wouldn't transgender socialism identify as capitalist? No, apparently not. No. Thank you, AD.
Another topic, another like broader social change that somehow always empties out these figures of their actual character and their actual position. Very much with the book which came out last year, by the way, if you're into modernism. Yeah, he illuminating both well and what we're trying to do
Well,
with this collection.
I can't understand what you're saying. probably the people in the room can't understand it either. So at least there's that. People are winning right now, guys. So you know, they're winning.
Suffering and so on, which is an approach you see elsewhere in Marxism, theorizing around racialization, so order, wealth, and so on. But it applies with trans people. But yeah, I'll let Kate talk about this another remarkable aspect we created together.
Okay.
We didn't title it though. Oh, I have to
Oh,
say that
that's
I've
much
grown to
better.
love the title because it's so weird, but it was weird. But I'm very glad that in fact that was kind of the product of our early friendship, and it's really set the stage for a lot of my thinking about Marxism since then, but also about myself, and why we talked about the family. I think really did actually have a lot to do with our own personal experiences, both of the family, but also of existing in a kind of Marxist intellectual milieu, and the disconnect we've experienced from on both sides of those things. And so in that register, I think it became clear to me and also to Jules that the family was under-theorized as an institution of capitalist accumulation. And
If you can't figure out a way to
in
beat these
thinking about what
people,
the
you
role
don't
of
deserve
trans
to
people in
win.
the family and how people, less how people become trans, but how people are prevented perhaps from becoming trans or decide not to be trans. We really began to think about the coercive aspect of the family, right? Its role as a disciplinary apparatus.
The
which is
coercive
hugely
aspect of the family.
multivalent, right? It's at the register of it's not just feeding yourself that drives you to go to a horrible job that's draining your body and mind, because that kind of sometimes wouldn't make very much logical sense, right? But it's about feeding other people around you. It's about being a support and perhaps even sacrificing yourself, right, for this collective of people that you love, namely your family. But it's also a coercive apparatus in the sense that it becomes the space of conditioning people.
They want to abolish the family because
so
the
that
the
they will
family
be
is too
appropriate,
collective. That's
for,
funny.
The production of labor power, for selling their labor on the market. And that has all kinds of valences, including, of course, being a socially legible person in a way that in many periods trans people sometimes are not. And so, and failing that, right, then the actual material condition of many trans people, almost all of us until very, very recently, in this immediate kind of moment, right, was to be expelled from the family, right, and to experience a kind of double freedom of social reproduction, right? Marx's double freedom is the freedom to live under a bridge, right, and to sell your labor on the market. Well, the double freedom from the family, right, is the freedom to do as you please, right, with absolutely no support whatsoever, of the kind that is considered normative in the context of a family, a normative family, whatever that might be. It isn't, of course. But in fact, there's a kind of a different double character to it, right? And thinking as a Marxist is the thing that led me to think about this, which is to say, the other double character is that, or the other question to ask is, why are queer and especially trans people sometimes accepted in a family and sometimes not? And what are the conditions that determine that? And often we think of that as being, is it
Because
a
different
Christian
people are
family or is it a
different.
conservative family? That's actually not borne out, right, by what actually happens. But also, so what is it, right? If it's not this purely this ideological register, what else might it be? Well, the idea we came up with in that essay was that the need for how much socially reproductive labor is needed in a given family at a given time is the thing that determines, right, whether or not this kind of most precarious member or members of a family will be accepted or expelled. So the kind of first fired, last hired of the family, right, is the trans person. And so that's, I think, and we were both sort of experiencing some fear and loathing along those lines ourselves, and I think that's partly what compelled that degree, that is the subject of analysis, right? But also the kind of coercive apparatus of the family as a developmental institution. This was the main topic of the essay, a thing that produces cis people, straight people, men, women, people of various class characters and qualities, people of various, all sorts of aspects that we take as essential, or of course, produced through extremely laborious and multi-register processes of child rearing. And we were asking ourselves, me both as a parent, but of course all of us as adult children, right? What would it look like if we weren't forced into these particular molds and boxes?
No
What
one
would
forces you to
child
have
rearing
kids.
consist of if it wasn't all the assumptions that we make about the family? And I don't think that, in fact, that essay gives you a blueprint to that answer. It's also a provocation. I think this must be our thing, guys. Provocations, but it's definitely a call to really think this through rather than kind of gesture toward the possibility that in the future, after communism, everything will be completely different in ways we have not considered whatsoever. So yeah, that's what I would say.
I don't know what you mean. I don't write provocations. I write very measured descriptions of
That microphone has got to get switched out. It really. Oh God.
They plug mine still.
This used to be a very middle of the road orthodox demand, Jules, as you well know.
That one person needs to
I'm
stop
gonna maybe
talking.
ask
No one can hear
one
them.
More prompt. As you can see, my interlocutors don't have trouble speaking. So please think about your own questions now, because I'll be asking you in threes to come up and deliver those in a minute. But I wanted to reflect on, what was already gestured towards in terms of the sort of the pandemic's impact on what was already a sort of moment of, supposed, trans eruption into the world. We're several years now from the so-called trans tipping point, and that there is, it is not. It doesn't make sense to deny that there is, an efflorescence of trans people in the world among us, right? And there's, specificities under a pandemic to do with, quarantine conditions, fostering, egg hatching, and also coming out from stealth.
I thought I was going to have more to
of
react to,
needing
but these people
survival
aren't saying
for
anything.
survival and,
I have nothing.
and
I
care.
really don't.
And I do.
They're
want
not
to just
saying
put that,
anything.
on the table to reflect on, as given that it's now kind of combining with a lethal fascist organized assault on trans children, trans people generally, and so on and so forth. But I do want to sort of prompt a little bit of reflection on what Trevor Ellison calls Black trans reproductive labor. For example, the role that Cade, you sort of see for the figure of the specifically trans worker in a sort of pandemic era workerism against work. I think linking this to the sort of one of the main focuses of this conference, which I'm delighted to see, gestational and reproductive freedom, which should never be divorced, I think, from the question of sort of gender liberation and bodily autonomy under the trans rubric, right? And I was thinking of what Liat
Gender liberation and bodily autonomy under the trans
lunch,
rubric.
which I thought was very thought-provoking. Nobody has a disability, she said, and the conditions that sort of disable are relevant to us all, but that is not to say we are all disabled. She said, please don't say that. I think there's a sort of parallel in a way. Trans Marxism names material forces and sort of cis-sexualizing disciplines and labor orders that are, materially relevant to us all, which is not to say, as Slavoj Žižek used to say 10 years ago, that we are all trans, right? But Kate,
And people think I'm
bring this kind of
crazy.
to something more concrete. In your contribution to the volume, you document the teachers' strike in West Virginia in 2018 and the central concern of many workers there over a new healthcare monitoring practice of forcing them to wear Fitbits and be subject to regular medical testing, which would then fine them if they failed to exercise sufficiently or if they didn't lose weight or meet other health targets, right? That is the kind of analysis that makes sense to sort of center as well, in a book on transgender Marxism. So could you perhaps, reversing the order a little bit, could you kick us off a little bit with some reflections on what exactly sort of queer workerism against work is? And
Queer
one of the figures that kind of
workerism
represents us,
against
get deeper into
work.
that.
Yeah, I think actually the context of the pandemic and what is, I think, actually observable to me, and I don't know about quantified by the statisticians as of yet, but the pandemic has, I think, dwarfed the trans tipping point. in
Queer
terms of the
workerism
emergence of
against
newly
work.
trapped, trans people. And the question of why, I think, why that is, and also what that means, and is central to the question you're asking me.
You
And
guys
so
still think
it's a
CNN is
concrete example of the
socialism?
thing I was just saying about the family, right? In the context of a pandemic, in a context where everybody is, of course, facing down death.
Oh,
as
good. They're
normal,
fixing the
right?
microphones. They're fixing the microphone
As this is
situation.
hitting,
Oh,
but
thank
also,
God.
right,
Thank God.
facing the
Oh,
a doubled burden, right, or tripled, I don't know, a huge burden of social care, socially reproductive care, right, as well as the possibility of that increasing in some unknown amount, right, while at the same time sort of being disconnected from the immediate, from less immediate, right, like family members, friends, right? There's sort of rubber meets the road of who's supporting you and who are you supporting in that kind of a moment. And it sort of clarifies, I think, for many people, either that they are indispensable to the people who they fear may dispense with them, right? Or that they have already been dispensed with. And in that sense, the decision
this is
becomes
like
much
staring
easier.
into the
That's one of notions that I
Matrix.
think this
It's
kind
going to
of
look like
explosion
numbers and
happened. I
gibberish,
think
but
there's
at some point
another
you're going to
sort
start
of
to
larger
understand it.
register where this also happened. And for that, you know, this isn't just, I think, a kind of anthropology, my people thing, but I've done a lot of research on nurses and nurses unions in various parts of the world, as well as on teachers and teachers unions in various parts of the world. And of course, these jobs have a similar character of this kind of meta, socially reproductive, usually state, but sometimes private, right? Sometimes value producing, sometimes not, kind of skeleton of social reproduction for society. And it's a perch from which workers themselves can see very much the big picture, right, of social reproduction while also experiencing it at a critical register. They're sort of organizing social reproduction and doing it in a kind of
They're really
intellectual
talking
labor,
more about abolishing the family than they are about
and physical labor
trans.
kind of register.
That's what
And
they
we
want.
saw
They
this
do want to get rid
very
of the
concretely
family.
in the pandemic with the way that nurses were worked and killed and just anyway, it was quite intense, right? And this radicalized people. The same thing with the really important thing about teachers, of course, and parents is that that was the force that shut down schools, and that was the only force that could in fact open them up. That was the sole force protecting the working class in the U.S. from an open, just ravagement of the pandemic from jump. That's what happened. It's kind of undeniable. And to me, the direct response to that has been an attack not just on trans people politically and materially, but an attack specifically on teachers, an attack even more specifically on queer and trans teachers as threats, not just to the family, but as threats to the proper, correct reproduction of children. That's why we're being called groomers. And that's why any conversation between a trans person and another trans person about how to be trans is being cast as a disgusting perversion and a crime. And that's, I think, where we're at. And it captures both the level at which we are actually growing.
James Lindsay would be so proud.
Which, as a result, we're coming under attack. And by we, I don't mean trans people. I mean the entire working class and the way they're organized through the kind of work and location in class consciousness and class reproduction that we occupy.
Yeah, so I'd just like to pick up on the point.
Better,
about
not great,
abortions
better.
that you raised. And I suppose, I guess what I'd like to talk about for a moment is overlaps like in approaches to struggles and the ways that different groups will use kind of similar techniques or similar organizing methods to kind of achieve their ends. So with many abortion NGOs and many groups which are trying to ensure that these services are still available to
They
people,
don't want the family to exist. They don't want the family to exist, and they want all reproduction to be done through surrogacy. She wrote a book about this.
Pills, one of two pills.
She wrote a book called Abolition of the Family and Reproduction Through Surrogacy. I think that's the title of it.
And yeah, so as far as the services provided, this is mostly a matter of like exchanging emails and securing like an address of someone who needs these services and then finding a pharmacy to and this is remarkably similar to the methods used by self-medication trans communities who are not able to access legal or quick access to HRT. And if you look at websites like hrt.cafe and so on, this is pretty much all they do is the same process of like connecting trans people in need of medications and the medications which they need from whichever pharmacy and through whichever shipping is required. Needless to say, many people are also simultaneously using both of these services. So one abortion activist I spoke with recently said that every week she was dealing with a new person on testosterone who was also needing an abortion. So these are not isolated struggles.
Every week she was dealing with a new person on testosterone that also needed an abortion. That's what she just said.
A hopeful story from Britain is from the 2010s, where a group called We Want PrEP Now, which was pretty much one guy running a website, working together with the renewed ACT UP London, basically secured access to PrEP for high-risk communities when the NHS was still unwilling to provide PrEP to several hundred, mostly gay men in Britain who were seen to be at high risk. And the consequence from this was a massive drop, I believe as large as 30% in seroconversion HIV transmission rates. And after this, the NHS kind of swung around and is now providing PrEP to people in need. So there are other examples, but I'm trying to think. There was one more I was thinking about. Oh yeah, similarly, sex workers. Sex worker organizing is often around basic distribution of information and provision of like blacklists around clients and equally like around distribution of information, which again kind of like both parallels and overlaps with community provisioning around trustworthy physicians for things like HRT and surgeries. So we can see like in purpose and maybe in form, in approach at least, a lot of these different types of struggles which are not workplace struggles, but which are sort of rooted through intimate and deep, often bureaucratic familiarity with the processes which people requiring any of these respective services, so abortions, HRT, relatively safe and complication-free surgeries, or sex working without murderous clients and cops. Each of the people in these overlapping groups are kind of taking similar approaches to these extra workplace struggles, and this is like, yeah, similar to the way we want to challenge the partitioning of personal or private life, which exists in the household, and then true political struggle. We want to kind of
they want to challenge the private life that exists in the household.
Really these oppressions and really these marginalizations have never like existed in entirely separated ways, and so the struggles against them will often share a whole lot in common, and also will share personnel. So you'll have the same people running the sex worker spreadsheets who are running the HRT provision, who are running the abortion providers. So yeah, get to know each other.
Let's have some hands from the floor, please. Two. Okay, great. So first, the comrade in the green, then the comrade in the green hat, and then
comrade.
So, I don't know if it makes sense to line up or just to jump in. Okay, great. Go ahead, Eli.
Thank you guys so much. My name is Ezra Bright. I'm from The Voice, and I actually have a comrade who wrote this book about you guys. So I'm really glad that I can be part of this conversation. I'm so thankful to you for making this book. I'm glad that we're having this theoretical discussion right now. I think it's a moment, obviously, where trans issues and trans struggles are a really crucial part of our dialogue, right? A crucial part of what we need to do. But I think it's important to add to this the domain of politics, right? That this is not a purely theoretical discussion, right? We're not going to think our way into trans liberation, right? We're not going to study our way to trans liberation, but we do need to.
We're not going to think our way into trans liberation.
And so in that, I think it's important to talk about the role of the state, right? And then to me, I think that demands a.
He's asking about the role of the state
on trans liberation, which is that under the capitalist state, under capitalism, we will never be able to secure the material conditions necessary to bring about true trans liberation, or without having true.
Under the capitalist state, you'll never be able to achieve true trans liberation.
First and foremost, our fight is against the state, which then demands that we organize in different ways, right? So I don't think that we can, obviously, I get HRT from a shipping company that
I can't change the volume, guys. I'm doing the best I can. Complaining about the volume in the chat is not going to fix the problem.
Huge swaths of people who don't have the internet, people who don't have stable housing, all sorts of things, right? So really, I think what we need to think about is how can we build a fighting trans movement on the streets and in our workplaces that can then marry with these other social movements around abortion, around sex work, around all these things.
He wants the trans movement to marry with abortion, sex work, other movements in order to engage in larger activism against the state, is what he's saying.
These discussions to always remember that, like, we are in a political crisis. We are in a political crisis. We're in a political crisis of a right wing who wants us fucking dead.
We are in a political crisis and the right wing wants us fucking dead.
That demands a real seriousness and a real agitation.
That's what he just said.
We really need to think about and think very seriously about how can we build the political force necessary.
How do we build the political force necessary to defend ourselves and secure our rights?
To organize in these stronger conditions. So again, I think we need to think very seriously about what is the political force we need and how do we organize that.
What is the political force we need and how do we organize it? That's what he's asking. How do we organize the political force necessary to be able to achieve true trans liberation, which can't be achieved under capitalism? That's what he just asked. Oh, they aren't responding. I hope that they turn the mic volume up. But guys, we do have the captions on for a reason.
What's up, guys? Nice Pablo. I'm not a fucking weirdo. I've always been a weirdo. Yeah. So, yeah. That's the point. It's okay to be a weirdo. So being a weirdo is normal. And so, I was a little kid from the Bronx. Obviously, gangsta's the best way ever. Fuck you guys.
Make sure you're utilizing the captions if it's too soft for you to hear. I'm sorry, I'm not controlling their sound system. This is live, so.
Okay, forget I said that. So I was a fucking weird boy in New York City. I do like 3 open mic nights a week around the city. I like it. It's a form of exhaustion. And I do appreciate the hindrances. It helps me understand myself as well. The lady right here.
This guy just took over the panel. I love this. This guy is just like, I'm just going to do an open mic on this panel. This has
less than 2 minutes.
Has nothing to do with anything. This has nothing to do with anything related to this at all.
Hi, my name is Normal. I'm just here to invite you to match yourself against some standards that I made just for you. I just don't like variety. I thrive on people all alike. So I put you in a box and tell you what's the right you. I brought along some labels that stick like glue. And maybe you already met this tool I call IQ. Hey, if you don't take this test that I advise, there must be something wrong with you.
He literally is doing an open mic in the middle of this panel. This is absurd. I have never seen anything like this. I have been to hundreds of thousands of conferences. I don't even know, but
You might know me from the language.
oh my gosh.
To describe you.
This guy might indeed be the hero that we need. This guy might indeed be like trolling this entire thing.
And I might wipe you out, size you up, and deprive you.
Wouldn't it be funny if Steven Crowder just showed up and trolled this conference as we were streaming it?
Or at the very least, you try to.
Thank you. Coming in the blue.
Stunning and brave. Stunning and brave. Had nothing to do with anything, but okay.
My name is Emerson. I'm a queer trans masculine person.
Queer trans masculine person.
I do not know the vocabulary of socialism yet, so I'm just going to try my best.
He doesn't know the vocabulary of socialism.
About the rise of pride clinics and the competitiveness of hospitals and healthcare systems to offer safe LGBT care, which is provided by cis-centric medical practices of surveillance and gatekeeping of medical and life-saving gender-affirming care. I used to live in Cleveland, Ohio, and there are 3 hospital systems that are competing to have all of their LGBT people get care, and are making believe HRT and
They're saying that traditional medical structures are traumatizing trans people when they engage in affirming care.
I'm going to take 3 more questions. I saw the comrade.
You
in
guys
there,
aren't even answering the questions. Why aren't they answering the questions? I want them to
here,
actually speak to the
was
things being
Orthodox
asked.
And right next to you, yeah. I'm bad at describing fashions. Oh, I'm so sorry. So would it be better to go with you third? Okay.
We can do another round.
Sorry, I was. Okay, great. Thank you.
Maybe actually ask a question that you answer.
But yeah, I'm sure like we've all benefited from the ability to like know what to call ourselves, like whether it's autistic or Middle Eastern or sex worker or whatever it is. But I think we need to understand why trans people are facing the attacks that we're currently facing, whether it's not having access to adequate health care or denying trans people the right to have normal human experiences, like going to
That's
the
better.
bathroom in a comfortable way or participating in sports as a kid in school. And I think we really need to recognize that like having all of these labels that I'm sure all of us have benefited from, like feeling liberated with, have also made it easier for capitalism to create different groups and different power dynamics where because we have these boxes, it's easier to give some people more and other people less. And while it's great to be able to call yourself, to know what to call yourself, I really think that the next step for any LGBTQIA plus movement is to kind of start moving away from these boxes, and that we can't do this under a capitalist system because that's exactly who's creating these boxes. And who benefits from them.
We can't move away from labels under capitalism because it's the evil capitalist who called us gay in the first place.
I think that part of this is kind of recognizing what our role is in the working class and in a working class revolution, and that the trans experience might be different from what other workers experience, but and often worse, and that is part of what the working class experiences. Okay.
Thank you.
Is this just a thing that happens at socialist conferences where they just have like a general comment? It's like an open comment from the audience that the panelists don't actually comment on?
Davis, use they, them pronouns.
They,
I got a
them
question,
pronouns.
That's sort of got two phases to it. One about how we talk to outsiders and also about the kind of analytical tension itself. And forgive me if this is just literally answered in the text explicitly and I just missed it. So I have a friend who often wonders about whether there are horizons for the left beyond just self-actualization. Like if there's sort of a moral horizon of what our project is beyond that point. As someone who's trans, I'm obviously, fairly invested in self-actualization in a lot of ways. And also, it's
Yes.
as a worker,
We're outsiders.
I've often sort of like proposed that one answer to this is a project that goes beyond it. The workers' movement as one particular thing that pushes beyond that point. I was curious for how y'all approach that tension of projects of self-actualization and projects that are more enmeshing than just ourselves, our bodies, our desires. Certainly on a personal level, it has...
I would agree with this.
Trans, and the aspirations of being trans and the aspirations of being a worker have often felt like very different types of aspirations. And so I'm curious both about...
I don't think conservatives are entrepreneurial, though.
Outside, like, people
for the most part.
it, as well as, the actual substance of that tension in our kind of broader aspiration. Thanks.
Can you say just one thing?
Yes.
Who is outside?
Well, that's a great question. In my particular case, one of my friends is particularly religious and has looked at the left movement
Conservatives.
and wondered, are there sort of communities of belief, communities of with kind of collective goals that transcend the self? And is that something that kind of is present in the left movement? My answer is yes, but it's something that kind of occurs as something that might have. It's not an opposition, but a tension, at least, between actualization and being part of a broader whole.
Thanks for clarifying.
Of course.
Are you going to answer? Is anyone going to answer the question?
Did we decide which of you two?
Why aren't they answering these questions?
You can speak at
Don't
once.
be British about this, please.
I really don't understand this. Why are they having a Q&A time when they are not answering the questions that are being asked?
Oh, my Irish ancestors were not pleased. Hello, comrades. My name's Nate. I use any pronouns. And recently, in the last few months, I've been spending a lot of time relaunching my DSA chapter up in New Hampshire, where I
What?
live, and running for office as a state rep.
What?
I've been talking to folks a lot about socialism, of course, because that's what I'm passionate about. And also, I know that something that really resonates with people is in opposition to the attacks on trans people we're currently seeing. Like, even cis parents of cis children are afraid of their children being accused of being trans or their children's teachers being attacked. But I don't have as easy a way in my head, right, to connect that to broader things like the class struggle and like the dialectical nature of history as, say, more economic.
I just informed the
So, like, if
libertarians.
somebody's housing is like too expensive, like, oh, easy peasy, let's talk about, like, the tyranny of landlords. But it's harder to translate, like, they're coming for your children because they say we're coming for your children. Like, how do we get that into a Marxist political program?
I'm gonna make sure I get a screenshot of this guy.
People who have been actively depoliticized and fed a predominantly like trans liberalist perspective through major media.
He is my adversary.
How do
He is
we
my
win
enemy.
the messaging battle?
He will not win New Hampshire.
No
I'll tell you that right now. He
revolution,
will not
be it
win.
From Cuba to the Soviet Union has ever been run without first winning the messaging battle. So that's a big thing I'm wondering.
Okay, so we've got half an hour left. I think taking
Okay, so I hope that I think these comments will respond to a couple of questions.
Oh, good. They're responding.
And I think we're all on the same page, kind of reaching toward the same question of how to talk about the working
Well,
class
that
as
was
a whole,
informative.
transness,
I have a local enemy
and
at this
bring that fit
conference.
into a revolutionary
Excellent.
Marxist perspective. I actually don't think labels are the thing that lets capital divide us. When I was talking at the beginning about seeing transness as this relation, right, and as a way of seeing yourself and other people, I should have also said a way of seeing the potential in yourself and other people and potential relationships. And I want to point out, in the attack on trans people, and I've talked specifically about the attack on teachers, but also the
It's
attack
Socialism
on parents who are supportive of
Saturday,
their trans
boom.
children, which is still not most of them. That actually includes also an attack on public sector workers who are mandated reporters, as well as turning everybody.
I'm going to get all the
into a mandated
libertarians
reporter.
to go
Talk
to
about
the
an attack
DSA
on
meeting.
social
We're going to go make it a
relationships
group
among the working
project.
class. That's what that is. They're criminalizing not so much trans people's bodies or identities or our names or our clothes or how we look. They're doing that unevenly. The thing they're doing evenly is criminalizing and demonizing our relationships. And here again, I mean all of our. Right, cis people are criminalized by those laws, and that's always the case with these things. If you go back to North Carolina and the bathroom bill, that actually happened at the same time as they went on the offensive against the minimum wage in the same state, and workers' rights. And that was not incidental, that was part and parcel of the whole thing. Which is to say, I don't think there is, in fact, a tension between self-actualization and communist revolution. We need a communist revolution so that we can be self-actualized. That is the only possible condition.
We need a communist revolution for self-actualization. No, that's not how that works.
And that's because it is inherently relational. We're not building, and this is again to the question of propaganda messaging. Propaganda messaging, great. That's not how this works. Solidarity is how this works. Building relationships of mutual understanding and transformation in organizations that are headed toward that larger transformation, that practice that along the way. That's the only, that's not a recipe that's very short and trying to be succinct, but let's not think of this as base and superstructure. That's what makes it not go together in our heads.
Yeah, I have a lot of answers. I would rather go now because I have like a dozen things to respond to.
Oh, they were taking notes. That's what happened.
Appreciate the questions and especially the comments, the interruption. I think if any of you want to like read poems or come up here on stage or whatever, you should do it. I think these panel discussions are kind of goofy. I don't know why socialist events do things this way. But
she's shitting on the conference, on the stage at the conference. I actually had to sign agreements at conferences not to do this shit.
Be subversive.
Wow.
All right. So many illuminating questions and important themes. So the first question about the state. Yes, we're in continual struggle against the state. From location to location, that looks very different. I guess this country, the United States, this colonial occupied territory, and set of them, this set of colonial territories makes it especially clear because the states are kind of rivals, right? So different states have their own different approaches. So when we talk about the state, it's kind of like a double entendre here, right? You have your local state and then the overall concept of it, right? So yeah, and that makes it especially clear. But if we look at it more internationally, for instance, like a lot of this work on transliberalism, this remarkable essay by Nat Raha from 2015, which you haven't read, that's a great one to read. She talks about the British state and the British conservative government and how they were kind of they used to be kind of drawing in trans minor celebrities to try and sort of validate their overall thing. Of course, they've stopped now because they've become a lot more aggressive towards trans people. But for instance, like a framework about transliberalism, which says like, oh, we've got to look out for co-option, we've got to look out for people bringing us into the state, obviously would not apply in Russia, where the main usage of trans people is as a Western kind of antagonistic thing. And as I just mentioned, it wouldn't even work in Britain.
What does that even mean?
Transliberalism is kind of like a...
What does she mean about Russia?
Sort of increasingly irrelevant kind of mostly organizing these sort of pointless demonstrations, which no one really pays attention to. So really, like when we're thinking about the state, we sort of have to look at what a particular set of circumstances and what the particular
hang on,
in a particular
comic book villain for sure. Yes, and, you're correct.
Yeah, I totally agree. We have to continuously struggle against the state, but there's going to be ongoing and developing questions about what exactly that struggle is going to look like and whether it's going to be a primarily ideological disciplinary thing, like say with transliberalism, or say in Russia, where a lot of the issues are more about survival, escape, stuff like that. So yeah, but what we see, strangely enough, in the US is this is actually varying from location to location, right? So perhaps your parenting is outlawed in one location, and then you cross a borderline, and suddenly you're in New York State, where you can even have a...
By parenting, she means abortion. Perhaps your parenting is outlawed in some states. She means abortion.
Heterogeneous thing to say. All right, so responding to this poem, and
just cross the border into New York, and your parenting will be legal again.
This is something I'm developing a lot more in my current book, so stay tuned. But the idea of being hidden away, like the hidden aspects of transness, of gender nonconformity, and so on. The quickest way I can summarize this is like there's a difference between hiding yourself and being hidden away. And I think when we come to political mobilization, one of the main problems with it around transition, around intersex issues, which I'm currently working on or whatever, is a lot of people really don't want to take to the streets. They don't really want to identify themselves. they will like purposely avoid any situation where their social position is foregrounded explicitly. And yeah, so simultaneously, I feel like people are trying to push us into the attic out of view, you know what I mean? This is something I'm sure many of us have encountered from our household and family photographs even and stuff like that. We're simultaneously being hidden away, but we also have to be respectful of other people's like efforts to hide, or even if we're disrespectful, we have to be disrespectful in a mindful and an actual challenging way, rather than just kind of generating exposure for the sake of itself. All right, concerning private profiteering, this is one thing we've talked about. I would be really curious. I'm really interested to hear what people's thoughts are on profit making in the healthcare, and that as a specific aspect of the struggle, because this is something which like I'm still thinking through, because especially what I can see very clearly is that socialist, or wait, did I say socialist? I meant to say state provision of healthcare. So profit motive directly removed, healthcare provisioning often also seems to be terrible. So this is not only true of Britain.
This woman needs a lesson on how to use a microphone.
Removing the profit motive is not the extent of the struggle.
What is going on?
But I think that sort of always sets a limit on any kind of like, I'm trying not to say bunny bro, but any notion that like, trying not to say it, any kind of notion that like we provide universal healthcare and then we're done is just clearly incorrect. If you look at France, if you look at Britain, if you look at Ireland, like look at what you see there. Talk to trans people in those countries and talk to them about their processes of trying to get hold of even basic things like HRT and see what you find. So concerning the boxes, I mostly agree with Cade. I'm curious, like does capital create these different groups and these identities? I'm not sure. I think it's mostly kind of us. We generate them in a capitalist context, and sometimes that links in with commodity production. But I don't know. I think there's more of an expressive, less of a kind of sinister aspect for a lot of these things, which doesn't necessarily mean that they're meaningful or emancipatory by any stretch of the imagination. But I think that's mostly stuff that we do often in our spare time, to be honest. Okay, a few more points. Self-actualization. I have the like simple trite answer to that, which is my very simple answer to this is like I'm more interested in self-abolition and self-actualization.
What is the what are your definitions? I want to know what their definitions are of these things.
But the less like flippant answer is personally in my own writing, in my own research projects, I do talk a lot about ethical struggles and ethical developments, and I don't see why we would see ethical struggles as outside of the political or besides the point. And when I say ethical, I don't mean deciding a particular decision and saying, oh, is this the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do? I mean, all of us have to live our lives. Like we all have a life which takes a shape in the way that we try and form it. And you can try and avoid that. You can say, well, I'm a nihilist, I'm a Marxist, I don't have to think about that. But you still have a life that you're trying to form as best you can in this horrible capitalist context. So anytime you lose that ethical dimension, I think that's kind of a mistake. Similarly, yeah, this final question, I've been speaking for way too long, so I can't talk about children at the moment. But
does not like children, this one.
About children. But this formulation of like, I really love this formulation of like, LGBT people are all child groomers, so we have to take away their children. We have to take away the children of supportive parents. I think that was a really remarkable formulation. So I think I'm going to try and digest that rather than like respond to it. And maybe someone else can talk about that one.
Thank you, Jules. We have 15 minutes, so I have Eric in the khaki, and then the comrade in the cream, and the comrade in the pink. That might be it. We'll see how it goes.
They don't believe in having children. They believe all children should be had through surrogacy. I'm not making that up. I'll bring up the books after this session finishes. I'll show you guys. Remember, guys, there's another session after this. I know we can't hear this guy. I don't think he's saying anything important anyway. There is another session after this on Black feminism and Black liberation. I'm going to be streaming, I think. And I'll show you the books that they've been referencing throughout this.
In labor positions that are positions talk about the attack on these fields, and then also we have this temporary set of resources that come in during the pandemic, and the ruling class wants to make it very clear how temporary that is. And that has been part and parcel of the attack or the double down on teachers and nursing. But to think about it in a concrete, practical terms, right? What does it mean for us on the left and as queer and trans people to organize with educators, for example, on having access to the social provisioning that will allow us to effectively have small classrooms, right? Have resources, have books, period, let alone books about queer people. And at the same time, coming to the defense and demanding that educators be able to disobey these nasty laws that require us to not acknowledge our queer and trans students. So Kate, if you could talk maybe a little bit more about choke points, and also again, thank you.
Those are the laws that we got passed, guys.
Hello, my name's Quinn. I won't be having, my wording probably won't be that fancy, but I'm going to try to say things. Anyways,
they're
when
also
you're talking
worried
social
about
relationships
saying
and, like,
words the
trans
right way.
And just social relation and Marxism and that, I think it's really interesting because, like, if you look at like trans support of other trans people, specifically, like we can see like even like the prevalence of like T4T relationships coming up, and how kind of like the support of trans, like kind of like it's not fully like trans separatism, but in some contexts it can appear like that, is related to more of a like moving past the like, because I think that there is like a self-actualization, but moving past the idea of like, okay, we are now like in this capitalism supporting ourselves, and then like using that to kind of be like, okay, how can we use these relationships to move past that in that way and support things like that.
That was a perfect way of stating it, a thing that I was trying to say succinctly all afternoon, so thank you.
Hi there. Thank you so much for all of this. It's been really lovely. My name is Annie. I am a writer. Last year, I was very lucky to co-write a piece with my friend Sasha Geffen about the commodification of trans identities, specifically these like tech startups that are trying to really route transness through apps and subscription services. It is a frightening world. Here's just a quote from one of the founders of these companies. Our estimates place the average cost of transition at $150,000 per person. Multiply that by an estimated population of 1.4 million trans people. We're talking about a market in excess of 200 billion. That's significant. That's larger than the entire film industry. You read a quote like that and it just blows you away. It's hard to think about the history of trans identities, trans lives, and to feel like I could not have existed before this era of transness. I don't think I would have realized I was trans, but to now exist in this world where we can become consumers, we can kind of integrate into the market if we have the means to do so, and that is something that is happening and that some trans people desire, which is quite frankly shocking to me. I'm just really struck by how also, one of the main themes that we wrote about in the piece is the ways in which these trans
they are going to demand it be free.
Created across
You're right.
to support each other, which Hill Malatino's book Trans Care talks about so beautifully, are being again sort of like torn apart and like separated and kind of recreating this authoritarian dynamic between patient and doctor that has kind of created trans identities for so long, and not on our own terms. But one of the things that Sasha wrote that I really liked in the piece was, what is new about these apps is the way they transpose the imbalanced relationship between patient and provider, long inherent to transition. That dynamic now has trans people on both sides of the equation, as consumers and as doctors and CEOs. And so I guess I'm curious to hear just any reflections that y'all have on this very strange existence that we live in, where you can spend money. I was really glad that you mentioned the HRT Cafe. You can now subscribe for $60 or $80 a month to your testosterone or your estrogen, which in one sense is helpful if you don't have access otherwise, but it's so far removed from these trans care networks that we've sustained ourselves on for so long. And I'm just kind of curious how you reflect on this commodification that we're experiencing.
Three more, and then we'll hand back over. Okay. So in the black and white, And then I saw the comrade in black, and then queer.
How are people feeling
I
watching
assume
this?
it
I'm
says
just
queer. I see
curious
either. Okay.
because I'm starting to feel sick, to be honest. How are people feeling watching this? I haven't even been able to understand everything they're saying, and
So my name's Ariel. I'm very curious about maybe the importance of Marxism in relations to transgender politics in terms of some kind of refusal in a certain kind of sense. The other day I saw They Them, which is a horrible movie, but there were like 30 seconds that were interesting.
I want to
And the
watch
30
They
seconds
Them.
that were interesting was like, is this going to be a horror movie about a liberal that's trans affirming? Right? And like, why isn't that actually like acknowledged or like possible as a premise, right? So we have like that on one side that is sort of a very scary thing we might want to grasp in this moment where everything feels like so pressing and immediate. And on the other side, I feel like a lot of feminists, whether they think about it or not, are the unwitting children of like Catherine McKinnon, Andrea Dworkin, in none of the good ways and all of the bad ways. And a lot of that comes down to conversations that we have about socialization. And thinking about socialization in kind of robust, materially inflected Marxist ways is something that kind of runs
I have been
through
finding
the book as
God
a whole.
watching this. That's
And
beautiful,
how do
actually.
we use those terms and think about those things without maybe falling into this like tepid, warmed over radical feminism that people have some attachments to and still hold on to. So I guess I see kind of things on two sides to sum this up. There's kind of this like liberal position, that's trans, that says it wants to support trans people, but I think is immensely violent and is actively looking to engage in some kind of solidarity. And there's, on the other side, this radical feminist project that has some kind of intellectual affinity, but at the end of the day has none of the sort of materialist basis in terms of its argumentation. And how do we kind of stop ourselves from glomming onto those things and being co-opted? Because that might not be a concern in Russia, but as someone who's here in the United States, that seems like something that is like very imminently happening all the time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Seth. I use he, him pronouns. Hello. So my thought throughout this conversation that we've been having together, sort of as panel and everyone present in this room, has got me thinking about sort of what we can do if we're thinking about transness as a project that is internationalist. I asked this question because
Transness as
the
a
previous
project
session
that is
I was part of
internationalist. What does
is
that mean?
one talking about socialist organizing in China and the kind of difficulties and necessities, right, that a project that organizes across Asian nations on the basis of the kinds of offshore work that is being done from China into Thailand, into Vietnam, and sort of what the work that becomes necessary in these spaces where, one development in a nation obviously affects the workers of another could look like. And so, thinking about the points and comments that have been brought up today, something that I was kind of thinking of is, we have just on this panel, right? Like, we have folks from across the world, pretty much. We have British folks. Wild as it is, we have
Folks,
people
FOLX.
like probably lots of folks here from the States. And so I guess one of my questions, right, is like, how do we start thinking about any kind of organizing that is explicitly internationalist, and what are the supports that become possible, or what are the horizons that can become possible given that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Tiff. I'm from New York. I really appreciate this conversation, and especially all of y'all's points about how transness and cissexuality are sort of produced and imposed socially and not being this sort of individual or psychological choice. So right now there's this provocation from the right that's like the left doesn't know how to define what a woman is. And it's weaponized for like bad and reactionary means, but I think there's like something interesting there of like we don't actually really have a great answer. I think right now there's this idea that like you're a woman or you're the gender that you say you are and that's it. And I think that comes from a good place for sure. But I personally find it very unsatisfying and not really engaging with the sort of like social relations and materiality of gender. And I think kind of allows people on the left to gender trans people correctly out of a sense of social nicety. Instead of
Gender
a
trans
real
people?
kind of
What does that
theoretical and
mean?
practical commitment to trans liberation. So I'm wondering if y'all have thoughts on like how to build out this more sort of social constructivist model of gender and of transness. Yeah, and just be curious to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, before I hand back to Jules and Kate for sort of final summing up and goodbye, I'm just going to
Remember, guys, we're going to be
indulge
watching another
myself
session
with a
after
very,
this.
very
I'll
brief
tell you about it
anecdote,
in a
which I
minute.
think is relevant. It was certainly
But stick
brought to
around.
mind.
The insanity,
In
the
my,
socialism
you know,
insanity is not over.
luxurious Hyatt hotel room, I turned on the TV, and there were two things on separate channels that I literally did flick from, you know, browsing one to the other. So firstly, I was seeing horrifying adverts for these kinds of ultra homonormative bourgeois cultural productions, a movie called Uncoupled, and then there's another one, I forget the name now, but it's basically that, you know, everybody is ruling class and straight people are over, they had a good run, whatever. So
I don't know who that is,
then
AD, but
I
thank
switched
you.
the channel, and it was Tucker Carlson. I think he has a crush on me. And he was talking about, no, this is horrifying. The point of this is to say, you know, the integument we're in right now requires us to go extremely hard, I think, on critical childhood studies, on children's liberation, on trans liberation, partly because there are people out there, red, brown figures like Tucker Carlson, talking about abortion and gender dysphoria in the same breath as in a petty bourgeois, anti-boss kind of way. And he was up there saying, isn't it horrifying that a woman in America is being forced to have an abortion by corporations who want her labor seamlessly integrated into their workplace?
Probably
And
stole that
that's
from
why,
Jeremy
for
Kaufman.
them, you know, supposedly abortions happen, right? To make to ensure a seamless flow of labor. They were saying labor, and they were saying the same thing about
She's
children,
pissed that Tucker Carlson is using her talking points. Holy hell. That's funny.
Bosses and corporations to make profits off of the HRT industrial complex. If we are not capable of bringing a really full-throated analysis to counter this, we're going to be losing, you know, to the fascists who are recruiting people who are materially affected in the working class by these forces. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to try and get through these questions. I might run over time a little, so if you need to leave, please leave. I'm going to try and deal with these succinctly because I'm told I speak very quickly when I get stressed. Apparently, this is an ethnic Irish trait. That's what people tell me.
I wouldn't know about that.
What?
No, you just ramble and talk about things that have no relevance to what you're being asked about.
So succinctly, but not quickly, defining what is a woman, well, here's why we shouldn't do it. Like, why define anything? Are we epistemologists here? Do we have any epistemologists in the room? We got one. Great. What is a woman? Wow, there we go. If they can't do it, then no. Defining terms happens after the social relation has existed. I was going to say stabilized, but often they're very destable. Yeah, defining terms, don't do it. I don't see why. I don't see what it would benefit, even if you came out with a rigorous, bulletproof definition.
Oh, I'm clipping this.
What's important is the struggle, and who you're struggling with, you find out along the way, and they find out along the way. So yeah, I think we should keep on copping out. Internationals cop out at every turn. until we get to communism. Internationalism, yeah.
Oh, that just got better
internationalism
and
is
better and better and better and better. Oh my
internationalism is
God.
like
That's a great
the
clip. I'm
key of
clipping that
why
later. I'll tell you
I
what.
think we should be Marxists. And
Exactly.
well, one thing I want to say about this is it's remarkable to me how often you encounter one person explaining different national contexts and you realize that you knew like absolutely nothing of any meaningful relevance prior to engaging with that person. And there's a couple of Vietnamese comrades I follow on twitter.com who've really brought this home to me, where they were talking about the recent breakthroughs with trans civil rights and stuff around that, which has happened in Vietnam. And similarly, in Greece, there was recently a ban on intersex so-called corrective surgeries, so like intersex genital cutting, cosmetic surgeries, mostly removing clitorises and gonads. And this was banned in Greece, and I realized that I have no idea what intersex
Yes,
looks
Viet
like,
comrades.
but it seems to be going pretty well. So this is the thing with internationalism, that we kind of continuously like need to make like new connections and new findings. And also, I guess also we need to respect that sometimes people don't want to focus on their own national context. So we have two comrades from India in the book who are really, they just wanted to do their theory, you know what I mean? And it is informed with the context. And if you see the videos, the promotional videos we've done, there's a lot of the history of colonialism that's informing their work in the book, but people shouldn't have to talk about the national context if they don't want to, irrespective of the marginalization there. So everyone should be able to be a theorist, that's what I'm saying. And every national context, yeah, we should also just like, yeah, respect our ignorance and try and get over it with like more international collaboration. All right, refusal and radical feminism. Yeah, radical feminism appears a lot in the collection, and I think radical feminism appears a lot in our lives. And the really short answer I can give you here is that at once transgender politics, radical feminism.
It's a good question, AD.
No, I think.
What do you think the chances are that she has a car?
It's impossible to imagine the shape of transgender politics today without the so-called second wave, the New Left feminist movement, and the remarkable cultural breakthroughs that achieved, which was very destabilizing and was very challenging to sexual difference as it existed previously. And that's kind of an ongoing thing. But it's strange that at once
we still got plenty of time to go. Don't worry, plenty of time to go.
To ignore, but also it never quite seems to get us to like, for instance, there are these people who call themselves TIRFs, TIRF, so inclusive radical feminists. And it's just like, what are you trying to include trans people in at this point? Is it good to include trans people in radical feminism? I'm not sure. I think I want to be left outside of it myself. Leave me out. But yeah.
Well, you wouldn't be welcome though.
In the clinics. Quick point here. Yeah, we talk about clinics a lot in the introduction of the book and the antagonistic relations between clinicians and physicians. But one thing to talk about is actually like why does HRT look like a commodity in the way that it does, primarily through state restrictions? Like these are actually incredibly.
Why do hormones?
You can picture. So actually, this is the point where a lot of the power which physicians and clinicians and the whole medical apparatus has over trans people is actually to do with specific state restrictions, which we don't need to assume are going to be there forever, and we have to challenge it every time. I was going to read out a bit from the book, but I don't know. Is that a bad idea? All right, well, basically, if you want to read the last section of how do gender transitions happen in your own time,
I got to turn this volume down. It's like it's way too loud.
Question from Quinn that like Cade was already
praising, God.
and like the siren's call of trans separatism and why that's only ever going to be a horror show for everyone who gets into it. Okay.
That essay is also at Boston Review if you literally can't wait and want to read it on your phone immediately in the toilet.
Yeah.
Isn't that? Are they in Boston?
I'm going to, I think, just say.
I could have gone to this in person.
Three very quick things. Two very quick things. One is Eric's question is very good about how to combine demands, but there's some writing about that in my essay in in this collection and also elsewhere. And if you want pointers on that or talk about that at some point, we should do that. Eric should, in fact, also write more about that. The other thing I want to say about the question of what is a woman, again, this is best answered by the question of social relations, right? Who cares what a woman is? Oh, straight people do, because they imagine that men and women are equal, opposite, and complementary, a thing that is obviously fucking not true. And that's our answer to that question. Isn't what is a man or what is a woman, but another question.
Oh, it's in Chicago.
What makes you think
I've spoken at conferences at this venue. Fun
The
fact.
answer to that is our target. And the last thing I just wanted to say is just an amusing point here about trans social reproduction and possibly about internationalism, which is the queer with a hammer and sickle shirt that Tiff is wearing. I'm not saying that this is the only source for this becoming very popular on the internet, like 2017 or something, but there's a picture that became viral and is certainly my most read or observed work of any kind by a factor of about 100,000 or a million or something, which is that I took walking around Vienna with jewels of a graffiti that looked like this. And that was the picture that like most of you have probably seen somewhere on the internet. And I think it's so fucking cool every time I see that somewhere on somebody's t-shirt, or I have a ring that somebody made out of it. It's really neat, and it makes me feel like, you know, we're part of some history that's moving around, and it shows us a little bit the traces of how that trans social reproduction and trans sociality and trans relationality exists as it already exists, but also maybe what some of the possibilities for retracing those paths at a deeper and more intense register might look like.
Thank you all so much.
All right. Well, I think that might have wrapped up our first session. Stick around, guys. We're going to do more. We're going to do more. Stick around. I just want to hear what they're going to say.
I'm looking forward to
We got
you,
black
Dr. Arnold.
feminism coming up. All right. Well, I guess they are rounding out that session. Guys, that was a live session from a real conference that is going on right now called Socialism 2022 Change Everything. And we are watching this today on the, let me show you, Haymarket Books YouTube channel. That's where we just watched this one called Transgender Marxism, but that is not the only one that they have. Let me just refresh here. We're going to watch one more, at least, I think, because now I'm like, what else are they going to say? So coming up soon, they have, and this is all live. This is happening in real time. So with there being sound difficulties, I'm sorry. I wish I could change that for you. I can't. It is all on their end. This is being streamed live on a socialist book publisher YouTube channel today. And so we're doing the best we can to have some fun with it. But coming up in about, 20 minutes, we have Black Feminism and Black Liberation in 2022. And I want to watch it. I do. I want to watch it. I want to see. Oh, yeah. Haymarket is sponsoring. Haymarket is a book publisher that only publishes socialist books. The next class, Black Feminism, Black Liberation, coming up in about 20 minutes. If you guys want to go grab a drink or do something else, look, they got 369 views on that one. I'm fairly certain I got more than that on my stream. Let me see. Oh yeah, we're up over 1,000 views on my stream. So I guess I'm amplifying the reach of the socialist today. But I did want to show you guys this because in the very early on in that presentation, I'm pretty sure this was one of the presenters. I'm pretty sure that this is who was presenting. Hang on, let me just I'm pretty sure that this is a person that was on that panel, Sophie Lewis. Let's see. Sophie Lewis does not have a photo. But this is what I wanted to show you about. They mentioned this book earlier in the session. Well, it's not even out yet. It's coming out next month. Abolish the Family, a manifesto for care and liberation. Not to be confused with also by Sophie Lewis, Full Surrogacy Now, Feminism Against the Family. These are real books that I'm pretty sure was written by the woman in purple. Well, woman in well, we don't know what a woman is. They won't define it. They even said in the presentation. So when I say like here's something that you guys need to hear and need to understand. Like, these people really do want to abolish the family. They're literally writing books calling Abolish the Family and calling for children to be born via surrogacy. So let's just check out the description of this book. And this came out last year. When pregnancy is concerned, let every pregnancy be for everyone. Let us overthrow, in short, the family. The surrogacy industry is estimated to be worth over $1 billion a year, and many of its surrogates around the world work in terrible conditions. Deception, wage stealing, and money skimming are rife. Adequate medical care is horrifyingly absent, and informed consent is depressingly rare. In Full Surrogacy Now, Sophie Lewis brings a fresh and unique perspective to the topic. Now we think of surrogacy as the problem, but Full Surrogacy Now argues we need more surrogacy, not less. Rather than looking at surrogacy through a legal lens, Lewis argues the need for the protection of surrogates should be put front and center. Their relationship to babies they gestate must be rethought as part of a move to recognize that reproduction is productive work. Only then can we begin to break down our assumption that children belong to those whose genetics they share. Taking collective responsibility for children would radically transform our notions of kinship, helping us see that it takes a village to make a baby. They're calling for children to be born via surrogacy as like the rule rather than as the exception. And yes, this is yes, female farms. Yes, AD. Exactly. Yeah, they're going full on The Giver. You're correct, Scott. They're going full on The Giver. The Giver, a great book, by the way. The movie's good too, but the book is always better. Let's read the description for her next book coming out next month. What if we could do better than the family? We need to talk about the family. For those who are lucky, families can be filled with love and care, but for many, there are striates of pain, from abandonment and neglect to abuse and violence. Nobody is more likely to harm you than your family. Even in so-called happy families, the unpaid, unacknowledged work that it takes to raise children and care for each other is endless and exhausting. It could be otherwise. In this urgent, incisive polemic, leading feminist critic Sophie Lewis makes the case for family abolition. Abolish the Family traces the history of family abolitionist demands, beginning with 19th century utopian socialist and sex radical Charles Fourier, the Communist Manifesto, and early 20th century Russian family abolitionist Alexa, I don't know how to pronounce that last name. Turning her attention to the 60s, Lewis reminds us of the anti-family policies of radical feminists and gay liberationists, a tradition she traces to the queer Marxists bringing family abolition to the 21st century. This exhilarating essay looks at the historic right-wing panic about Black families and the violent imposition of the family on indigenous communities, and insists only by thinking beyond the family can we begin to imagine what might come after. These are real. These are on Amazon right now. I think everyone should know that. All right, guys, we are going to go into Black feminism and liberation next. And we got about 15 minutes before we get started with this. Are they streaming it? No, they are not. So, guys, if you want to grab a drink of some sort, go get a snack. I want to stream this one. There is one coming up later that I might stream as well, but I'm gonna have to take a break because it doesn't start till 9 o'clock. Change Everything, Racial Capitalism and the Case for Abolition. That's at 9 o'clock tonight. I don't know why they're waiting until 9 o'clock, but I guess that's what they decided to do. Why they're having a conference presentation at 9 o'clock on a Saturday night is beyond me. I've never been to a conference that did something like that, so, whatevs. But while we're waiting, guys, if you appreciate that I'm showing you this is Socialism Saturday. We are watching real live socialists today, folks. So this is not CNN Play Socialism. These are the real deal. If you have never watched actual socialists before, well, first off, you should definitely come to happy hours on my second channel, youtube.com/activelyunwoke. We do those on Fridays at 5 p.m., where oftentimes we do actually watch actual socialists just like this. In fact, the only reason I'm doing this today is because yesterday for happy hour, we watched a video from this channel about the right-wing attacks on higher education. And then I noticed they were doing this conference today, and I was like, oh shit, we got to do Socialism Saturday. So if you've never seen these are real socialists. These are not like when conservatives call CNN socialists. No. These people are the real thing. CNN is several years away from something like this, but we watch this because we want to know what's coming. This is like the preview. This is where what we're watching today is where the Democratic Party is going to be in a couple of years. Okay? These are the people leading the charge. And there's something I really want to emphasize that I talked about earlier. These people are winning. They are winning. You think they all look crazy? They do. Right now, these people are kicking the right's ass. So what does that say? Honestly, what does that say about how apathetic today's political right is? That these people are kicking their asses. These people are driving culture. These people are winning. Entirely because people on the political right are too lazy to do anything about it. Because they're screaming and crying on Twitter and attacking each other and attacking people like me. And when they're doing that, these people win, and then they wake up one day in the little socialist utopia and they wonder why. I'm really glad so many of you are watching this right now, because you're seeing how crazy these people actually are. And perhaps if we're engaging in little cancel mobs on Twitter, we might stop and remind ourselves of who the real enemy is. Because every single time you fight someone on your own team, you are allowing these people to win. And I ain't going to feel sorry for anyone that the policies of these people impact when you were screwing off and attacking people on your side. And I'm talking to every single conservative that might be listening to me right now. So that's what we're going to be doing, guys. Now, I am actually working on fighting back. I am actually working on doing real things to help real people in the real world. One of the things that I'm doing is working on a project to train 10,000 parents how to find out what the public schools are teaching their kids using entirely publicly available information. You can help me fund this project. We did meet our minimal funding goal, which means it will be funded, but we still got 52 days of fundraising left. Lots of great perks you can get. I'm going to train 10,000 parents how to utilize all the information they have available to them to be fully armed to understand what the schools are teaching their kids. And when we can't find the information publicly, I will teach parents how to FOIA the information, how to get access to public records, all that stuff that no one is teaching them right now. This is going to be an online program that combines on-demand videos with live monthly sessions. It's going to launch in January 2023. I'm working on building it out right now. This stuff only stops when people stop whining and stop complaining and start actually doing something. So I launched this crowdfunding campaign to be able to fund the technology required to be able to deliver a program to 10,000 people. And so we did meet our minimum funding goal in about 4 days, but I am still fundraising for it. There's some other stuff I'd like to do. You can get some amazing perks when you contribute to the project, to include early access to the program. You can be one of the very first people to get access to it when it launches in January. You can get access for you and a scholarship for someone else who can't afford it, because I do have to charge a one-time fee. It's part of keeping up the technology required to scale to that level of people. You can get signed copies of my book. You can get private training with me. You can get me investigating your school for you. And I will even, at the very top level, custom knit you a hand-knit beautiful shawl with the good yarn, not the Michaels yarn, not the Hobby Lobby yarn, the good yarn. And I will make you a beautiful creation that you will be the only person in the world to have that particular creation. All of that is available if you go to unwokearmy.com/parents. It will redirect you right over to the Indiegogo campaign. I am working on building out a platform for this right now, where we're going to have lots of great stuff. So more coming with this. So definitely check that out and make sure you support it if you feel so inclined. Other ways you can support my work include making a monthly gift on Patreon. You can get some cool perks for that. I want to thank Shill and Grifter Matt Walsh and Ian Miles Chung for advertising my amazing Mad Hatter Giving the Red Pill t-shirt, which you can get for $25 a month over on my Patreon. Now, if you don't like Patreon, you don't have to give through Patreon. That's totally cool. You can make a gift through my locals with a $5 a month gift, a $50 for the year gift, or you can make a one-time gift there, or you can become a paid subscriber on my Substack. When you do any of these things, whether you join Patreon or locals or Substack or give to my Indiegogo campaign, you will get an invitation to join my supporter-only Discord, where tomorrow night we will be having movie night. We're going to be watching 1984 at 8 p.m. tomorrow in my supporter Discord, and I'm really looking forward to that. We've got a great group of people. We're going to have a great discussion, so make sure you get your support in. I will be emailing out Discord links tomorrow afternoon, and we will be having a nice little movie night tomorrow at 8 p.m. One last thing before I pull up the stream, the next stream we're going to watch is I want to let you guys know that I am doing a back to school book club for my book, Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity in your life. This book is filled with practical, actionable tips about fighting back against the woke in corporate America, in the schools, in the government, in culture. It is the only book that exists on the market with truly practical things that every single person can do in order to take measurable steps in the real world towards solving this problem and beating back these insane people that we're watching on YouTube today. I'm going to be doing a 3-part book club starting on September 17th. You don't need to be a member of my locals or anything like that to join the book club. All you need to do is go to activelyunwoke.com/book club and send me a copy of your receipt, and you will be in, and we will have a great discussion starting on September 17th. Or you can start your own book club and you can Zoom me into it, which I think is a pretty cool option. And that's all available. You can find out more information at activelyunwoke.com/book club. Because, guys, it is time to stop complaining and time to actually start doing something. If you don't want these crazy socialists to win, I promise you, you're not going to get anywhere when you're just sitting on YouTube all day watching videos. Now, that's what we're doing right now for fun, but this stuff only makes a difference when you actually start doing something about it. What I'm doing with these videos and watching them with you guys, and I'm just bringing up so I can actually share the sound in this tab right now. The reason that I think it's important to watch these things is that I want you guys to see what these people are actually saying, not what's interpreted by your influencers, which most of the time is wrong, not what you hear about on Fox News, not any of those things. I want you to hear directly from the horse's mouth what these people are saying, because I really do believe that the right does not understand the left right now. They may have a couple of years ago. I think that they did a couple of years ago. I don't think they understand the left anymore. I think they're about to have a big problem in November, a bigger problem than any of them anticipate, because they aren't keeping up with voter registration. The Democrats right now are out registering voters, like by a significant degree. They are out registering Republicans on younger voters in particular, and in terms of women. They are also out fundraising Republicans, and I really don't think the right understands what's coming. I don't think they get it because they are not paying attention and they are not listening directly to what's going on. So I don't want to hear any excuses. I don't want to hear you say, "Oh, Carlin, I just can't watch this. It's just too horrible. These people are too stupid." These people are winning. These people are winning. And they're winning because people on the right are going, "Oh, I just can't watch what they're saying. I can't. I just don't want to. It's just too awful. It's just too bad. They're just too crazy." They're winning because you're not paying attention to what they're saying and you're not paying attention to what they're doing. That's why we watch these. You cannot defeat an enemy that you do not understand. You cannot defeat an enemy when you are allowing them to plan out in the open in front of everyone, and you still don't care enough to tune in. I'm not saying you have to spend all day watching this stuff. That's not what I'm saying. That would make you me and that would make you crazy. But I agree with Bot. You're weak if you can't watch this stuff. And don't complain when they win if you can't do the basics of watching them to understand what they are saying. Neil, I don't want socially conservative people to win either. To be really clear, I think that socially conservative people are just as bad as these people. I think all authoritarianism is bad. But the problem is that these people are actually winning right now. So that's who we have to pay attention to. James Lindsay is an excellent resource to listen to. If you're not listening to James Lindsay, at least every once in a while, you should be. He is a wonderful teacher. He does really great workshops. His podcast is really great. He is a wonderful teacher. Sometimes gets a little complicated. And it's not that I think people are stupid, it's that I think people are busy. So sometimes it can be a little complicated. And but definitely check him out. I strongly recommend it. All right, guys, it looks like we have about 5 minutes to go before our presentation about, what is this one called? Black Feminism and Black Liberation in 2022. I'm really interested to see what this says. We're gonna see. I'm really excited about it. Guys, mount that like button if you have not already, and thank you for joining me for Socialism Saturday. Fun stuff. What a treat we get to partake in on Socialism Saturday. All right. And shout out to people watching on, I'm not only streaming on my YouTube channel, I'm streaming on Odyssey, I'm streaming on Rockfin, and I am also streaming on Rumble. CW says, we need to drink something hard and heavy to get through this crap. Why do you think I have a wonderful 1911 cider donut, hard cider, sitting right here. This cider is really good. If you are a cider fan, my God, they outdid themselves on this one. I'm not always a cider drinker, but this is really good cider. It really is. The other one started early. Hopefully this one does as well. Are my beers cold? Yes, they are, Bot. You want to know why? Because, hang on, I have a cooler bag with ice pack to keep them nice and cold. I have a bucket of ice. It's called a cooler bag. Boom has moved from White Russian to Jello shots. Well, it's a little early for me, Boom, but I'm like a quarter of a cider in. I'm not quite at Jello shots yet. You know what Coke should rebrand to once the communist revolution hits? What? Oh, here we go. Oh. Same. Hopefully they fix their sound problems. So I was telling Bot earlier, I've actually given a conference presentation at this venue that they are at. McCormick Place in Chicago is a huge conference venue. And fun fact, the last time I gave a conference presentation at this venue, there was an escalator caught on fire at the end of my session, and I didn't even get a chance to finish it because an escalator caught on fire right out of my presentation room. I was so mad. I was so angry. I was giving a fire presentation. And so fire apparently that the escalator caught on fire and they evacuated my room like in the middle of my presentation. I was so pissed. I was so mad. Brooklyn Way, thank you for everything you do. I bang my head against a wall trying to get people to understand the importance of knowing the enemy. I know you're working really hard. I know, Brooklyn Way. I got ya. It did suck. They let me do it again, but it was like, no, they didn't advertise it at all. And I was like, it was a good presentation though. It was really, really, really effing good. Really good. I don't think they've turned on the sound to this yet. I can't hear anything yet. That might not be the worst idea in the world, if I'm honest about it. That might not be the worst idea. What am I knitting? I'm knitting a shawl. I'm almost done. I'm doing the border. The border is neon yellow. But it fades. It's really effing long. This is the Garter Abyss shawl by West Knits. By West Knits. There we go. The Garter Abyss shawl. And it's just basically a simple garter stitch shawl. And I'm finishing it up. It's very, very long. All right, let's see. Oh, probably because I don't have the sound on. They do have the sound on. I just had it turned down. I can hear some chatter. Let me know if you guys can hear chatter. It's a little soft right now. Again, guys, if there are sound difficulties with this, the socialists are running the show, and usually they suck at technology. They all suck at technology universally. And so there might be sound issues. I will do the very, very best I can. Oh, Judy, I'm up to over 1,000 stitches on this right now. I added a few extra sections because I wanted to get the full fade in. And I'm up to over 1,000. I'm about to do over 1,000 stitch I-cord bind off, and I'm not looking forward to it. But at least the shawl will be off the needles. I've been working on it since May. So this conference does require masks and for you to be fully vaccinated and boosted and to have proof of vaccine. And they require everyone to wear a mask at all time. They'll probably make an announcement to that effect. I like that the only person sitting on the Black feminism panel so far is a white lady, because of course it is. Are we going to have any actual Black feminists on the Black feminism panel?
This is perfect. I set this up thinking you would want to stand. So after I introduce you, I'll hand it over to you. But the caption.
Yeah, it's really a simple shawl. It's just a simple garter stitch shawl with some yarn overs. It's a good shawl to do when you don't want to think about it.
Yeah, sorry. We go till 4:30, I believe. But you have an hour and then.
All right, Sage News Online. I'll get back to you. Thank you.
Okay, cool. We have time for audience participation, and I will be facilitating that. So you let me know how you want that to work.
Hopefully they actually talk about the topic this time, unlike the last ones who didn't really talk about transgender Marxism at all. They talked about Marxism, I think, more than they talked about trans. But there were a lot of trans people in the room.
So, would you like me to start with some announcements and stuff? Okay.
Oh, she's facilitating the panel. That's what's going on.
Crazy notes here.
Bum bum ba 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 bum ba da ba 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 da ba da 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 ba da 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 da. I really shouldn't be singing communist music.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Hello. Welcome. Couple of quick housekeeping type announcements before we get started with our program. The first is that this session will be live streamed. You may have noticed the camera in the back as part of our virtual program for Socialism 2022. If anyone wishes to participate in the discussion that we're going to have after Barbara presents, but doesn't want to be on the video, please just let our live stream team know, and they will be sure to cut the stream or not film you. Also, just a quick COVID announcement. I think people have probably heard this in all their sessions, but in case this is your first session of the day, all Socialism Conference attendees are required to fully wear masks covering their nose and mouth while indoors in all of our conference spaces, including the hallways and meeting rooms. Speakers from the front of sessions may remove their masks during their presentation. However, we ask folks from the audience to please keep your mask on. That is why we have mics set up in the room so that we can all be heard clearly while wearing our masks. So that was just a reminder. And we appreciate everyone following our mask policy. We really want this to be a place where people feel safe, especially the immunocompromised, from the risk of contracting COVID-19. So thank you.
Because mask has proven to be highly effective at preventing it,
get started
as well
on
as
our
vaccination.
session. Welcome, my name is Dana. I'm with Haymarket Books. I'm going to be introducing Barbara and then helping facilitate the audience conversation afterwards. Dr. Barbara Ransby is an author, activist, and scholar. She's the author of Islanda, the large book and unconventional life of Mrs. Paul Robeson, and Making All Black Lives Matter, Reimagining Freedom in the 21st Century. Also, one of my favorites is your book on Ella Baker and the Black Freedom Movement, which I believe we also have in the bookstore. So please check out her books up in the Haymarket bookstore. And a fourth.
They love capitalism when they're selling
called,
shit. Just gonna attack capitalism all throughout this
Movement,
presentation,
a
and then say,
democratic
"Buy my
vision."
book."
Oh no, that was the Ella Baker book. Sorry. What is your fourth book? I'm sure you will talk about it. Are we ready for revolution? What do you all think? Yes. Forthcoming later this year. So by way of introducing Barbara a little further, I just want to say that the title of this session, as you all know, is Black Feminism and Black Liberation in 2022. This is an expansive and obviously urgent topic, and I can think of no better guide for this conversation than Dr. Ransby. Her deep historical writing and research is always grounded in how the lessons from past movements can inform the struggles for liberation in the current times. Even more critically, I feel like Dr. Barbara Ransby is somebody who helps us imagine a future free of oppression and exploitation, which is critically important as we look around a world on fire today. After Barbara speaks, we will have some time for audience questions and participation. I'll talk a little bit more about how that's going to be managed when we get there. But without further ado, I will turn it over to Dr. Ransby.
How's everybody doing? Good, you look good. I'm always glad to be here. I didn't know it's 90 minutes and one person. You couldn't get some other interlocutors up here to give me a break. No. I think we'll have a lot to talk about. But I'm not gonna, preachers and professors can ramble on and on. So I'm gonna keep it fairly brief so we have opportunity for dialogue and discussion. Part of the treat for me in saying yes to speak at this conference every year is I get to meet people who are engaged and on the ground and so forth. So I want to welcome people from out of town. How many people from out of town here? Whoa, we're the Chicago people. Anybody from here? Yeah, a little bit more. Well, we arranged beautiful weather for you. You like it? And here we are in a room without windows. Sorry about that. But anyway, yeah, I'm very glad to be here. I hope everyone's having a great conference. As I was walking in here today and seeing, our people in all their glory, right? Sizes, colors, shapes, styles.
Do you notice they all wear drab
no
colors,
glasses,
like in
hair,
1984?
it's
Have
just
we
like,
seen anyone
these
wearing
are our
any
people.
color?
And
They're
think
all
to
wearing very
myself,
drab colors. Like the
with
whole thing
all
is
the ways
drab.
in which capitalism is encroaching on every aspect.
Ain't no
of
one
our
wearing a shawl
lives,
that looks like this.
ravaging the planet, degrading humanity, and really risking our future in ways
Capitalism
that we
is
have not
degrading
seen
humanity
before.
and risking our
And with
future.
more and more billionaires wallowing in excess, it is just a breath of fresh air to come into a space and into a room full of people who know there's a different path and who are willing to fight for it. So I'm really glad to be here. I always get energized by this conference. So this is a socialism conference, and I will start off saying a few things about socialism and capitalism. The full title of the book that I'm working on now, which is somewhat daunting, is Are We Ready for a Revolution? The Decline of Racial Capitalism and the Justice Movements of the 21st Century. And I'm trying to hang on to optimism. And every time I interview another activist, I get buoyed in my optimism. But there's some formidable and ruthless enemies out there, and we have serious work to do.
Do the
But since
work.
this is a conference on
Do
socialism, I
the
do want
work.
to say some of my thoughts
Do
that I'm
the
working
work.
out in the book about racial capitalism as we understand it. And I should say parenthetically, and if you hear Robin Kelly tomorrow and Ruthie tonight, they will reiterate this. When we say racial capitalism, we're not talking about a particular variety of capitalism. We're talking about capitalism. It's always been racial, right? We remember the theft of indigenous land based on racist premises. We know the theft of Black bodies based on racist premises. And so racism has been a part of capitalism since capitalism existed, so through and through. So when I use the term racial capitalism, I may use capitalism as a shorthand, but we know we're talking about one system and not some, sub-variety of capitalism. So, capitalism is in trouble. And we know that there's cyclical crises of capitalism, but I think this is more significant than the cyclical crises. This seemingly all-powerful, ever-resilient system is in trouble. And it's important to name this because, as I said in my welcome to you, about how refreshing it is to be here, capitalism seems like timeless, right? Ahistorical, right? It's going to go on forever. They keep bouncing back. I was talking to a somewhat cynical colleague recently who said to me, in a somewhat patronizing way, he said, every 30 years we on the left think capitalism is dead and done for and it bounces back. And I said, well, if I know anything as a historian, it's never to say never and never to say always, right? Everything has a beginning and everything pretty much will have an end. So capitalism is no different. But even the capitalists know that there's something special about this crisis. Now, I don't usually go around quoting these guys, but I will quote a couple of them just to prove the point. Writing in the pages of the New York Times a few years ago, Mark Benioff, who's this billionaire head of Salesforce, writes, "The company I co-founded has generated billions in profits and made me a very wealthy person." No kidding. "I've been fortunate to live a life beyond my wildest imagination. Beyond the wildest imagination, of my grandfather, who immigrated to San Francisco from Kiev in the late 1800s. Yet, as a capitalist, I believe that it's time to say out loud what we all know to be true. Capitalism as we know it is dead." Now, not quite true, if only, but it does suggest something about the mindset and the concerns and the seriousness of this moment in the minds of people who have propelled it forward, defended it, and benefited.
The number one enemy of critical race theorists is capitalism. It's not black, it's not white people, it's
The
capitalism.
billionaire British investor Jeremy Grantham says, basically, the capitalist beast is out of control, and it doesn't owe any responsibility to the society we live in, the town, the state, the country. Capitalism and mainstream economics simply cannot deal with today's problems, end of quote. This is a hedge fund billionaire. And there are many other quotes like that in the pages of Forbes, Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, Foreign Affairs, and others. Now, let me also clarify, the good capitalist versus bad capitalist framework, which is a problem, right? So Robert Reich, Joseph Stiglitz, and these guys are telling us, how bad capitalism is. But then there were the good old days of capitalism.
Tom J, thank you for your donation. I'll be emailing you the Discord link tomorrow.
In order
and I
to
appreciate
get
it.
beyond
Thank
the
you.
excesses of 21st century capitalism, right? If many of you may have seen Michael Moore's movie, Capitalism Love Story, very problematic. Now, he grew up in Flint, Michigan. I grew up in Detroit, Michigan. He described, these family vacations in the station wagon. Everybody had a good life and a nice house. I was like, not so much, right? That wasn't the case in working class Black communities in Detroit. So the idea that capitalism had this golden age, yes, capitalism has gone through cycles. And I actually do agree with Robert Reich that we see some of the cruelest, he uses that term, some of the cruelest aspects of capitalism in this period.
This was supposed to be a presentation about feminism. Just talking about capitalism.
Right? For working class people, certainly for Black and other working class people of color. So I don't, I don't want to go on too much about that, except to underscore that it's important in our strategizing as leftists, as socialists, about how to navigate the next period, about how to do our work, what we're up against and what period we're in. And I think there are several aspects to this current conjunctural crisis that warrant mentioning and paying attention to. One is financialization. And now we've always had banks, there's always been that, but the role that the banks and the hedge fund guys are playing is different. The banks, in a sense, are also out of control and have a new role in the economy. Over the last 30 years, constituting 25% of the economy while only employing 4% of the workforce. It is a powerful, powerful sector built on, invested in, and steeped in debt, that is our debt, and suffering. When they talk about selling financial instruments, it's not like a bottle or an ink pen or a phone. They're talking about this kind of amorphous thing, which is formulas for regulating money and formulas for betting on the future. It is, in a sense, a house of cards, or in other words, a Ponzi scheme. But the house of cards can't be built up forever. And so we are looking for another fall, and that fall, I think, and others think, will be even harder than 2008. So that creates a certain instability. There's a bunch of books written about this. Monthly Review has done things on this. Paul Mason and others have written about this. The other critical variable in this moment of crisis is climate. Now, we know this. This is incontrovertible, right? Capitalism has a mindless obsession with growth. Growth is the measure of success. They manufacture our desires, so we buy more things. They plan obsolescence
She's right about that.
of those things, so we buy even more things.
She's right about that.
Expansion, in the form of various kinds of imperialist wars, domination and manipulation of the global South are all hallmarks of capitalist growth strategies. But here is where the reality hits the fan. You can't have an infinite growth economic strategy on a finite planet, right? And so capitalists are coming up against the wall of that reality. And it's not debatable. You can deny it, but it's not debatable. It is a material reality that has to be confronted. So those are two destabilizing features. Now, we can only look to, and some of our comrades who are here at this conference who do amazing work in Mississippi and other parts of the South, the global South and the US South, the floods in Pakistan and Jackson, Mississippi are immediate and horrific examples of the growing and deepening and frightening climate crisis. So these destabilizing features of capitalism are a part of our current reality that have not always been the case. Now, what I'll say to that is this: capitalism is not just going to go away. Capitalists are not going to take a victory lap and gracefully step off the stage of history. But it does create opportunities for the left. It does create a situation where we have openings to do organizing in a new and different way. There are also competing solutions to the current crisis, and we see that in the form of right-wing white nationalism, vigilantism, an authoritarian appeal of certain sectors of the capitalist class. That is also an alternative. So the future is not determined, it is not guaranteed, it is not promised us.
Yes, our choices are authoritarianism on the left or authoritarianism on the right. The struggle is indeed real.
So this brings me to the question of Black
That's
feminism.
why everyone
so why
needs
at a
to-
conference on socialism do we have a session on Black feminism?
I thought she said Black Panthers. I was
said
like,
Black
oh,
feminism.
that
I said
escalated
that
quickly.
fits just fine. But the question of Black feminism is very much related to what strategies we develop in fighting for 21st century socialism. I would argue that the Black feminism that I identify with, define, and embrace has to be at the heart of a 21st century struggle for socialism. The spirit of Black feminist resistance has been, in fact, at the center of the struggle against the commodification of human life and the degradation of human labor for generations. As much as some theorists on the left want to marginalize it and reduce it to various caricatures and one-dimensional portraits, it has been at the center. And I would say, let me also say, I'm talking about a certain strain of a Black feminist tradition, which is the predominant strain of the Black feminist tradition, which is radical and left. Now, we do have now some very academic Black feminists who don't want to talk about capitalism and who don't want to talk about struggle. But in the main, people who have identified with the Black feminist tradition have also identified with the fight against capitalism and the fight for socialism. Let me also be clear that by centering Black feminism, I am not talking about essentialism. I am not saying follow any Black woman. Be careful if anybody tells you to do that. We're not following Val Demings or Condoleezza Rice or whoever gets scrounged up, right?
Val Demings is a Democrat in Florida.
I don't mean to suggest that most of us.
Val Demings was one of the
that
impeachment
we are
managers.
having some kind of form of bio.
Think about that.
Radicalism. Our politics are not in our blood, our ancestry, our hormones. They are in our heads and in our hearts. What I'm talking about specifically is a political tradition and a set of ideas grounded in the collective experiences of poor and colonized and working class Black women all over the world, articulated by organizers and insurgent intellectuals over a period of decades and centuries. To map that tradition, we can look at Sojourner Truth and Harriet Tubman, who freed themselves and others from bondage and staked out their claims as women, who were leaders of the
I told you guys,
abolitionist
these are the
movement of
real
their time.
socialists. These are not play
We can
socialists.
look more
These are the real
recently to the
socialists.
1970s and the Combahee River Collective. And this conference has been the host of a number of discussions on the Combahee River Collective. I remember maybe the last time I was here in person, we had Demita Frazier and Barbara Smith and Keeanga-Yamahtta Taylor in a session on Keeanga's book, which revived the importance of the Combahee River Collective statement from the 1970s. This was not a statement that talked about gender justice in some sort of narrow sense, or even about race politics in some sort of narrow sense. They talked about an anti-imperialist politic. They talked about a politic of anti-capitalism. They talked about labor struggles. They talked about the environment, right? That is a hallmark of Black feminist praxis, is this holistic approach to how we change ourselves and the world. We can also look to the radical lesbian poet Audre Lorde, who taught us that the master's tools cannot dismantle the master's house, which means we have to be creative. We have to do some heavy lifting in our own time to figure out the conditions of our oppression in this moment in order to get free. There's no tome from another time that's going to give you a blueprint. That would be nice, but it's not true, right? She also talked to us about single movements are dead ends because we don't live single issue lives. Single issue movements are dead ends because we don't live single issue lives. So what does that say? We have to have a multi-sectoral movement. And then there's the prolific and subversive writer Bell Hooks, who I will say a little bit more.
Guys, mount the
about
like
in a
button
minute,
if you
who died,
appreciate me showing you this type of
earlier this
content,
year.
because I'm pretty sure I'm the only person that is
then,
actually
we
showing
think
you
of
this type of content
conference,
on
and we think
YouTube
of
right
people
now,
like
except for
Angela
this channel
Davis and
itself.
Ruthie Gilmore, radical feminist abolitionists, co-founders of Critical Resistance, Beth Ritchie, co-founder of
Critical
Insight,
resistance,
Women
that's
of
critical
Color
race
Against
theory,
Violence.
critical theory.
These were and are feminist strategists and thinkers and organizers who are also immersed in bigger struggles for changing the world, right? Through a feminist lens, with a feminist politic. Many people in this room, Ashley Henderson and Tanya Lee, Donna Murch, who is also on this program, Asha Ransby-Sporn, and people internationally, Vilma Reyes in Salvador de Bahia, Brazil, Francia Marquez Mina, the Afro-Colombian environmental organizer and former domestic worker who is the current vice president of Colombia, right? The list goes on and on. I name these names because Black feminists working in a Black feminist tradition are embedded in every sector, in every frontline community, and every struggle that we can name, certainly in this country and around the world. When Occupy Wall Street uplifted this notion, this slogan, "This is what democracy looks like," we can turn that on the subject at hand and say, this is what Black feminism looks like. Black feminism and all those working in a Black feminist tradition. And Black left feminism has had a critical role to play even before, even before the term intersectionality. In other words, there was a practice before there was a label, and that's very important. There was a practice before there was a label.
This is happening live right now in Chicago. This is not recorded. This is live.
So parenthetically, I also want to say
actually
that we have to banish the idea that fighting white supremacy and racist colonial paradigms and heteropatriarchy is somehow about something called identity, right? It is not about our identity. It is about our politic. It is about our aspiration for a better world and our commitment to fight for it and our ability to draw on our collective experiences in waging that fight, okay? And who better to challenge this caricature of Black feminism, this distorted view of Black feminism, than Bell Hooks? And I want to just insert some reflections on Bell Hooks. Bell Hooks is somebody I knew for 30 years. We did not always agree. But we miss her because if anything, she was straight talking. And she talked about the need to combat capitalist white supremacist patriarchy. And people sometimes, said, wow, that's a mouthful, right? But it's a holistic view of the fight in front of us, and she did not shy away from it. Bell was a feminist, a radical feminist thinker, freedom fighter, who spoke to us on many levels and in many places. She died way too early. She was born Gloria Watkins into a patriarchal and sometimes abusive middle-class family. She was a rebel and a rigorous thinker, and she made herself into a radical intellectual despite the intentions of the Academy. And by intellectual, I certainly don't mean the ivory tower variety. She wrote for and to ordinary people. She wrote about how we need to change systems and ourselves. Her books were read in elite college classrooms, domestic and state violence survivor groups.
Yes, libertarians still
labor
believe in free market
organizations,
capitalism. Both Democrats and
maximum
Republicans are
security
the same. They are the
prisons.
Uniparty. They're the
Some of
same
you may have
thing.
seen
Both of them are
Feminists in Cell Block
authoritarian
Y,
in
which
their
is
own way.
that wasn't one
That's
of
why
the
we don't
maximum
vote for them.
security, that was minimum security prison, but a prison where bell hooks was taught, as men, incarcerated brothers were wrestling with issues of gender and feminism.
Incarcerated brothers were
So
wrestling
I
with the
take
issues of
5 things
feminism
away
and
from
gender.
bell hooks' writings, and I
Okay.
think they're relevant to us today.
That doesn't seem right.
One I've already alluded to, we have to transform ourselves in order to transform the world. Oftentimes we talk about systems in a large way, but we don't talk about the cultural aspect of capitalism and how it manipulates us into almost not thinking we are worthy of a better society, right? Of enticing us to buy into a set of values that's part of the glue that holds the system together. And bell hooks talked about that eloquently. She also insisted that we don't have the luxury of anti-intellectualism. We need to know how this system works. You think of changing anything, you need to know how it works in order to know how to dismantle it.
That's exactly correct.
But oftentimes we're impatient. We don't want to sit with a text. We don't want to be patient with our comrades in a debate or a disagreement. But that is a part of the work. That is as much a part of the work as marching on a picket line. That is as much a part of the work as organizing a campaign. It is as much a part of the work as a vigil, a strike, or any other form of protest. We have to do that work
Well,
together.
then you're
We
voting
have
for
to
the
make it
Uniparty because
collective work,
Republicans are
and
going
we
to
have
turn
be
into these
rigorous
people
in it.
anyway. So you're not really a libertarian. Sorry.
She also insisted in her
I'm going to
writings
say
that
it.
we have
If
to
you
be
want
radically
Republicans to win, you're not really a
democratic and
libertarian.
inclusive, in our organizing.
I don't want Republicans or Democrats to win.
Now,
I'm not voting
the
for
left has had
Republicans, though.
problems with
I'm not voting for the
democracy,
enemy.
right? We talk about it in organizations that have been democratic centralist organizations have been much more centralist than democratic. But
Republicans deny
democracy,
words
and
have
not
definitions
the
all the
artificial
time.
form of democracy where you go and pick, one person who's going to mess over you versus the other person who's going to mess over you. But democracy where we get together and really make decisions together. And one of the ways in which I've come to appreciate the work of Stacey Sutton and others who do work around
She is a better speaker,
cooperative
Deborah.
economics is co-ops provide one of those ways to rehearse ways of making decisions together, right? We're not going to co-opt our way to socialism, but co-ops and other forms of collaborative decision-making give us a dress rehearsal for functioning in a different kind of society, right? So we have to fight for an expansive, radical definition of democracy. At the same time, we use some of the tools that we have in the society, and there's a big discussion we can have
Yes, you're
about
correct. It's
electoral
not
politics,
realistic
which
when
are
you're
both
voting for
necessary
Republicans.
and insufficient.
It's not going to happen when
But
you're not
democracy,
voting for them.
that
So
the
no, you
radical
don't want
form of
libertarians to win
people
because you're not
deciding
voting
and
for them.
self-governing, is really something that has to be embraced in our movements and taken much more seriously.
You guys
in
think
our
I'm going to
fights.
coddle you about voting for Republicans who
talked
are
a lot
2
about
steps
love.
behind these people?
We have to center our work
You're
on
voting for
love.
people who are just as bad
And
as
I will
them.
say, my generation of activists
You don't get
in
points for
particular,
doing that on this channel.
I've known a lot of
It's a
angry
coward's way out.
revolutionaries.
If you are voting for
And I'm angry
Republicans but
most of
claim
the
to be a
time.
libertarian, you are
But
a
we have
coward.
to step back and say, who are you fighting to make the world
Coward.
better for? Not just who and what you're fighting against. And that's really critically important. That motivation, that energy, the willingness to sacrifice in that vein will take us
You're
a
not
lot
willing to stand
further
by the courage of your
than just being
convictions,
mad
and
as
you
hell.
are a
Although being
coward.
mad as hell in this
Or you're a
moment is quite
liar.
appropriate.
One of the two.
And then again, this question of feminism as a practice. In one of bell hooks' writings, she said, I don't say I am a feminist. I say I do feminist work. What does it mean to do feminist work? That's up in the ante. right? I am a feminist, like, I am left-handed, or I am, a fan of X or Y. I mean, these are sort of opinions or styles or identity markers. But to say I do feminist work, or I do work in a Black feminist tradition, begs the question, what are you doing? And who are you doing it with? And how are you doing it? So that's very important. So what does a Black feminist praxis grounded in Black left ideas look like in the 21st century? It looks like the Afro-Puerto Rican feminists who were fighting on the front lines of the struggle in Puerto Rico in 2019 and continue to this day. Groups like La Col and Colectiva
By voting
Feminista
for libertarians, that's how you do it. If you vote for
these
Republicans, you are a
Afro-feminists
coward.
linked
Sorry.
the struggle against colonialism.
You're either a coward or a
and the
liar. Which is
corruption
it? Are you a
of the
liar or are you a
government
coward?
of Puerto Rico at that time, with violence against women, right? With the crisis and emergency.
Which is it? Are you a liar or are you a
against
coward?
women in Puerto Rico and many other parts of the world, and Latin America in particular. That is what Black left feminism looks like in the 21st century, right? It looks like Black, Indigenous, and women of color leadership that ignited, sustained, and advanced the framework of prison industrial complex abolition, that nurtured it into a framework that is now applied to a much larger body of work, which is not just about abolishing, but is, as is often insisted upon, it is about building, and not only about police and prisons, but about racial capitalism itself, about heteropatriarchy.
So we know that Go Tribe is a coward.
And all forms of empire and colonialism. And we have to
We
be
know he's a
about
coward that
building
doesn't actually stand by the
as much as we
courage
are
of his
about the
convictions.
dismantling.
Congratulations for
Gramsci
outing
talked about
yourself.
this
You're not
notion
even
of
using your real
interregnum,
name on the internet,
right?
so we
When
knew you were a
something
coward
our
anyway.
dear another
But now we know you're a
feminist
double
who
coward for
left
not
us
standing
far
by
too
the
soon is
courage of
Ruth
your
Mullins, who
alleged
worked closely
convictions.
with me in the Rising Majority.
Hey man,
and
you
the
have to
Black
look
Radical
yourself in the mirror. If
Congress
you can
years
look
ago.
yourself in the mirror and see a
And these would
coward
remind us
looking
of
back
this
at you every
notion
day,
of interregnum. And
I guess it's
interregnum
the way
is
to
when
live, but
the old thing
you
has
know you're a
passed away,
coward
but
and
the
I know
new
you're a
thing has
coward
not
and we all
yet
know you're a coward.
been created, right? And into that space can be chaos and danger and creativity. But we have to be mindful of the building alongside the dismantling. What
No, I'm
we
just
are
gonna block
for
you
as
because
much as
you're
what we're
annoying now.
against.
Go be
But
a coward
sometimes,
somewhere else, Go
envisioning
Tribe.
and imagining might seem like a luxury because we feel so much like we're under assault, right? Every day,
No
when
one.
I walk in my neighborhood, I have.
Stop voting for people who
I
hate
live
you.
on
If there's no
a block
libertarian on the ballot,
on
vote
the
for no
south
one.
side, where at one end
Stop
of the
voting for
block,
people who hate you.
a multi-million-dollar monument to our first Black president is being built, right? And people are busy making sure it's, fancy and everything's in order. At the other end of the block is a houseless neighbor, Carrie, who has mental illness, who we have, who's been a part of our lives for 2 years in various ways, and we can't figure out any way, although we've tried almost every way, to find housing for her, right? So there's, that at one end of the block, this at the other. All of this is a part of our everyday reality under capitalism, and so it is no wonder that we're mad.
Now the
But when we
conservatives in
see
the
these
chat are
things, we have
having
to
feelings
use
about
our
being called
imagination and
cowards
say,
when they're
if
absolutely
we had
cowards.
power, if we had a different kind of society, what would that look like? How would that be different? And it definitely would be. It would have to be different. So the message of Black feminism is that we not only need to change some things, we not only need to change a few policies, we not only need to address a few problems, but as Ruthie will reiterate this evening, we need to change what? Everything. Yeah, I was so happy that that was the title of the conference. But of course, that begs other questions, doesn't it? The question is not simply that we have to change everything, but how do we go about that work? How do we go about that work? Several things are on my mind in terms of that. And I should say as a preface, my own political practice at the moment is to work with a group called Scholars for Social Justice, which is trying to build areas of intellectual work and research outside of the academy, where people with credentials from the movement, credentials from the street, credentials from their own independent work share with students and others, their understandings of the world, and we build from there. We also
If you
support
want to
House on
coddle
Campus and
cowards,
a whole
Aaron, that's your
number
business.
of
I am no
student
longer in the
struggles
business
and
of coddling
labor
cowards on my
strikes that have
channel. I
happened on
fucking
university
retired. I
campuses,
coddled
and
cowards for 2
universities
years. I'm
have
done.
always been,
If you
and
want to take up the helm and coddle
are
cowards on your
sites
time
of
for free,
contestation
that is
over
your
how
business.
capitalism will train the next generation, about how capitalism will normalize its abuses of our humanity, etc. So it's always been a fight there, which is an intellectual fight, but also a real fight over resources as universities gentrify and so forth.
As
The other
universities
project
gentrify,
is,
you think
working with the
universities are
Movement
not
for Black Lives,
gentrified?
and Ashley Henderson's here in the back, and we are on something called a Cross Movements Table Together, which is about building connections between multi-sectoral organizations, but also internationally, being a part of networks of international solidarity as much as possible, and understanding that has to be central to our work. And the other is the Rising Majority, which was created by the Movement for Black Lives, which is a national coalition, including labor, immigrant rights groups, et cetera. And that's the big tent work that is so important. So that's kind of my political practice. We also have a
All right,
here
respect,
called
BA.
the R3
Respect.
Coalition in Chicago, Resist, Reimagine, Rebuild Chicago. So what are our challenges in doing this work? One challenge is the nonprofit industry and the NGOization of our movements, and this is not a problem only in the United States, but globally. So, money
She thinks
changes everything.
nonprofits are the problem.
So the issue of how we are accountable, how we relate to philanthropic organizations that have their own agendas, which they always do, and how we move towards self-funding our movements, right? I often talk, I'm a very secular person.
How are you going to fund it if you're not a
although when I hear
nonprofit? Are you going to
Nile
fund it
Fort
in a
preach, I get
capitalist
a
market
little
model?
happy.
Is that what I'm hearing?
But
Nonprofits are bad, but
I
you
think of
still need
something like
funding? Is that
secular
capitalism?
tithing. How do we make sure that we build in supporting and contributing to the organizations that we believe in? That has to be a strategy. Ways of dealing with internal issues of conflict and violence, and this has convulsed so many movement organizations in this period. The goal of accountability is often not met with strategies for accountability, capacity for accountability, et cetera. And Tanya Lee is going to help us with this in a new project that she's launching. The other is the tendency to get sucked into the vortex of the Democratic Party without a clear left agenda. And every electoral cycle,
I love it when the
happens,
socialists
right?
attack the
We gotta
Democrats. It's
get
the
our
best.
good people elected, yes. And I listen, when we talk about electoral work and the lesser two evils, we do want, and people who have lived under authoritarian regime struggle. So it is not like I have ever voted for any politician thinking that was the locus of my political work, that was going to lead to liberation and freedom and justice, but it does have the capacity to mitigate harm and to give us a little oxygen in the work that we're doing. But we have to have a bigger movement that contains that work, right? We can't be, immediately when political campaigns are launched, and we have several socialist city council people here in Chicago, and we see a number of very progressive candidates running around the country.
They have socialist city councilors in Chicago. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I am that they admitted it this boldly.
From the perspective of people who would like to see a socialist society, what is our agenda? What is our role? What is our bottom line? The other challenge I think we're confronted with is this question of ideological clarity, which goes back to Bell Hook's reminder of the dangers of anti-intellectualism. That we have to talk about what is possible. We have to define our terms. We have to be willing to do the study necessary to get us on firm ground. And we're not going to all disagree, and we're not going to all agree. But we can only disagree in a principled way if we come from a grounded set of understandings. And we have to be willing to move, right? What I do for a living is teach at a university, right? And the training there is, you get entrenched in a certain set of ideas, you brand a term or two, you throw your book out there, and then you defend it. It's not this idea of collective thinking, the idea to change your mind because you're a part of a group of people and you can all think better and clearer together is not in the culture, but it has to be in our culture. and we have to take it seriously. So that fight for ideological clarity is very important. And we have to understand that, again, the fight against racial capitalism is part and parcel of the fight against racism, heteropatriarchy, and all forms of domination. And we have that argument in the left, and we have to have that argument. And people who, I've seen at these conferences, right, would argue that, these issues divide us, right? That the working class is all in the same boat. We might be in the same boat, but some of us are in steerage and some of us are in, other parts of the boat, right? So we have to understand that racism is not just an add-on to capitalism. Heteropatriarchy is not just an add-on. These are intrinsic to the beast itself, right? And until we accept
I'm so
that,
glad that she's so clearly articulating that capitalism is the enemy. Capitalism is the real enemy of the Black feminists.
But we're not going to have principled multiracial coalitions. And we have to have a global framework for our work. We have to learn from the landless workers movement in Brazil. We have to learn from people in the streets in Haiti who we hear nothing about in the mainstream media. We have to find new ways to get that information, right? We have to learn about the struggle in South Africa. And I don't mean the, ANC aborted struggle against apartheid. I mean the struggle right now, being led in large part by young people. We have to learn from what's happening in northern Syria with the Rojava movement and women who are, fighting for their lives, feminists, confederalists, anarchists, who are waging a, life and death struggle. And there's much to learn there. So all of that said, it sounds daunting. But I think about this.
No, because you will never take over the machine. I tried. It is not possible. It is not possible.
26 million people were in the street in response
I looked into it. I thought it was.
Murder.
It's not in any way.
26 million. That's
we need to build our own. It's the only way.
Now, they were not all in the streets for the same reasons. Maybe some of them didn't even know why they were there. They just felt like, I don't want to be on the wrong side of history. For some people, it was a bridge too far. It was like this visual trauma in front of them, this visual torture in front of them, man being murdered, while it's captured on cell phone, calling for his mother. It was too much, right? And so people had to decide where they stood, and so they went in the streets. But I've said a number of times, for those of us who consider ourselves organizers, I'm about to retire from organizing. So those of you who, I've been doing it for 40 some years, and I just don't know, look to y'all. But anyway, I'm only partly joking. But in the organizing community, it's political malpractice to not organize those 26 million people, to give them an entry to our movement, to give them accessible language to understand what we're up against and why they saw what they saw. That's so outrageous. Why they saw what they saw. There's a bigger story there, right? It's not just about George Floyd's life or Breonna Taylor's life, death. It's about their lives. What lives are vulnerable? What lives are on the margins? What lives are expendable, right? In our society, it is poor people, it's working class people, it is queer and trans people, it is women in many places, right? So who is vulnerable determines the power hierarchies in the society we live in. So that was a moment that should give us optimism. The choices that people made in that moment, all those millions of people. Also, my friend Kathy Cohen does a political survey of young people, and she surveys a lot of young people of color. And it turns out they don't like capitalism. And it turns out that they
I wonder why. It's because of the schools.
Of some sort will change things for the better.
It's because of the schools.
So
they learned it in school.
Again,
they learned it in the public
schools. We don't know what revolution
schools.
means to them. We don't know what capitalism means to them. But we do know that there's an opening in the way people are viewing the world and the future. And that opening is an invitation for organizers to organize and to provide an alternative, and to be willing to have the alternative that you think you have right now be modified in the process of building a mass movement with real people. The Amazon workers and Starbucks workers and teachers and campus workers who are organizing and who've gone on strike, in recent years. The fact that millions of people, despite some weaknesses in the campaign, but this millions of people voted for an openly socialist Democratic nominee for president. Are those people in our movement, right? Are we waging principled struggle with those people? So we are in a precarious position, in a position where things could go in any number of directions. There are challenges, to be sure, but in the final analysis, it is how we seize the opportunities that will determine the future. Again, I have been reminded of that Gramsci quote about pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. And we have to embrace the optimism of the will. That is what's reflected in the work that many of you do. I try to manifest that in the work that I do, and I look forward to a conversation with all of you about work that we can do. So, thank you.
All right, now we're going to go into the Q&A portion, and what we learned in the last Q&A portion is the questions may not be answered, and they may not have anything to do with the presentation that we just saw. Sometimes they might just be reading a poem.
Okay, it doesn't look like too unruly a crowd.
Or something.
I also want to say a lot of folks have come in.
Folks,
since we started,
FOLX.
And I want to be sure people are as comfortable as possible in a pretty packed room. There are a few seats up here, and I'm also going to move some of these chairs off the stage. If people really need to sit in a chair to be comfortable, I want to invite you to come up and sit. There's also plenty of room up here on the floor and leaning against the wall.
There's a bunch of chairs.
Yeah.
And the thing, I want to thank you all for coming, because I know that there's some really badass sessions down the hall. So thank you for coming. Like, half of you are my friends, but the rest of you and family. Questions or comments?
So we are asking that folks, in order for it to be well heard by the room and the live stream, come up to this mic, which I realize is set for a very small person, so you might need to raise it a little bit. But there's a mic right here in the middle of the room. So maybe we can invite folks to line up or come to the mic with your comments or questions. We are asking, since it's a very crowded space and we want as many voices as possible to participate, that folks keep their comments to a couple of minutes. And I might politely ask you to wrap up if you go a lot over that. So please, it's not because I disagree with what you're saying, it's just so we can have as many folks participate as possible. So go ahead, yes.
And yeah, I'll moderate. And the other thing is, for my benefit, I'm curious, with duly noted, but I'm curious about how you see Black feminist praxis in your own work and what we need to do better.
Praxis,
and
there
you don't
it
have to answer
is.
that, you personally, but I'm just saying, feel free to share.
First of all, I'm just nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous.
Thank you for the amazing talk. My name is Rabab. I'm from Sudan. And I would just have a question that is I actually cannot find an answer for, especially being here in
Yeah,
the US.
Bot, you're right. They
specifically in
never use the
Sudan.
term people.
And it
They say
has to
folks,
do with
voices,
sexual harassment.
bodies.
And how do we approach that?
Good observation.
There's this concept, and I would go and say that this is a liberal feminist concept that by
Because they want a
nature of just
revolution.
being a woman,
We're in a
we have to
revolution. We're in a
believe
cultural
women. What you
revolution.
said earlier kind of brought that
Capitalism
to
is
the front
about
of my mind,
individualism.
especially being here.
They want the
and
collective.
knowing the story of Emmett Till, for example.
You can't have a Marxist
So,
revolution when you have capitalism.
How would we go about the whole setting where sexual harassment will happen is usually a setting where you cannot prove it, and you cannot hold the victim responsible for proving that they were hurt, they were harassed. But at the same time, there is a lot of power that plays in it. Sometimes maybe it has to do with like a socialist capital, or actually like from a socio-economical point of view. So how do we approach that? And how do we actually come to peace with the fact that the purpose is the human being itself? Even whoever actually committed that harassment, they are a victim to some point because they lost touch, they got disconnected with the human in them, and they saw violence as the only way to acquire such an intimate practice, for example. So how do we do that? How do we escape that we have to believe women just by the virtue that they're being women, knowing that it's actually really difficult for women to speak up? And just knowing that there's a lot of power structure that plays into the man versus the woman, like none of them are necessarily innocent or violent by nature.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a huge question. I don't have a simple answer. I know multiple people in multiple organizations in this room have dealt with this question at length and in depth, and in most cases, not to a satisfactory resolution. Did everybody hear and understand the question? Because it was a little muffled because of the mask, I think. You know, around the issue of sexual harassment, and particularly, do we believe all women all the time? That notion that we believe women, and then how do we exact, you know, a framework of accountability in our movement? So I won't list the organizations, but you know, many organizations are dealing with this. We deal with it as a movement. You know, I think that the biggest challenge is to create a culture that prevents sexual harassment and sexual violence in the first place. And we have a culture that does the exact opposite, you know, so that's the big task at hand. But then in our movements, I think there is accountability, and it is not a formula, and it's not a reflex to say that every time anybody says
she's a good speaker.
it's accurate.
The
It's not
trans
always
people
accurate.
are almost
But what
never
we
good
also
speakers. It
know
has to
is
do
that
with
it's very, very
self-worth.
prevalent. Right?
How
It's
we
very,
use our
very
voice is
prevalent.
connected to our
You know, I
self-worth.
often think, and I have this conversation with my daughter sometimes.
So the
you know,
trans
there's
people are
sort of
almost never good
intergenerational
speakers because
aspects
when
of
they're
this.
involved
I
in
think
stuff like
my
this, they usually
generation
have a
of
very low
women and
self-worth,
feminists,
so they don't have a good voice.
you know, sexual
She doesn't have that
harassment was
problem.
like that was
She's a very good
in
speaker.
the air, and nobody, you know, there was no language before I claimed the language of feminism, right, of radical feminism, to even talk about what was wrong with that. It's just how things are, you know, and it happens on a spectrum, you know, from saying things to casual touching. And I think we do have to talk about the spectrum, because every form of harassment and every form of assault and violation is not the same. We shouldn't, we don't want any of it, but it's not all the same. And so we have to be nuanced in our treatment. And so the idea of transformative justice, reparative justice is very important. I have learned more about it and embrace it, and have great hope for that. It doesn't solve everything. It doesn't solve everything. So I don't know that I have a satisfactory answer to your question. I appreciate the seriousness of the question, and I certainly, you know, open it to anybody else who wants to offer thoughts on how we should respond to this. I will say, you know, I teach sometimes at Stateville Prison here in Illinois, and some of my students, I don't ask my students why they're there, but many of my students will tell they've done horrible things to people. And so it is not denying that harm is done, but do we embrace an ethos of accountability and in some level forgiveness, not without accountability, right? It's like we say, no justice, no peace. We want peace, but we want justice to go with it. So the accountability builds in something needs to change, right? And if it doesn't, something else needs to happen. So it's not to let people off the hook. I'm sorry. Like the biggest debate in South Africa around truth and reconciliation was a lot of people who had done very, very horrible things basically said they were sorry and were able to, you know, kind of, is that accountability? That was not a satisfactory accountability for most people. So anyway, thank you for that question. I wish there was a better, stronger answer that I had. I'm not sure that there is right now, but I do think this generation of movement organizers are taking it very seriously, that there's, you know, healing committees, there's accountability committees, there's all of that in many of these organizations, which was in my entry to politics, there was none of that. So I see that as a sign of progress, even though incomplete. I think they want us to, people to go to the, love your earrings too.
Oh, Brooklyn Way, this blonde woman looks like you a little bit.
Hello, good
Hi.
afternoon. My name is Nia Johnson. I'm from the DC DMV area. I'm
I say that with
happy
love,
to
Brooklyn
build
Way.
on a remark you just made regarding how some of these organizations have healing embedded into their framework for liberation and feminism. And I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit more on where Black feminism and Black liberation intersects with somatic healing aimed at treating our traumas, decolonizing our bodies, to better equip ourselves
Decolonizing our
to
bodies?
engage in the long fights that we pursue. As it pertains to my work, I look at economic policy and housing policy, and also grapple with the reality that I do have personal experiences with economic injustice and housing injustice. And so wondering how, as a movement, we frame the balance between healing and also staying energized to keep pushing forward when we see how the odds are stacked against us.
Yeah, and I think you have some of the answers in your, in your question. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of BOLD, which is Blacks Organizing for Liberation and Dignity. Is that the, yeah. Denise, what's Denise's last name? Perry, right. Denise Perry in Florida, who organizes these sessions. Are you familiar with BOLD?
No, I'm
Oh,
not.
okay. Because they bold people in the room. They practice a kind of somatic, healing, catharsis, connectivity, physical empowerment, embodying, our politics and our practice, right? Being in touch with our bodies, our ancestors, as a part of making yourself whole enough and healthy enough to do the work, and supporting each other. Because a lot of times, there's personal tensions, there's competition, there's egos, there's all kinds of human qualities that get, that play into our work like they play into our lives and our society. And so BOLD is one of the models, I think. It's a sort of retreat that people go on.
Yeah.
They build relationships.
Brooklyn Way is
they
right.
Get healing practices.
Decolonization of their bodies is about medical
get-
injustice. This is how they're going to try to make trans stuff
a
free.
supportive network of people who help and coach and mentor each other. So that would be one model for that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Allison. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much. I organize with National Women's Liberation, which comes out of Red Stockings, and also Gainesville Women's Liberation in the South. And I organize with the Malcolm X grassroots movement. My question is, in speaking of Black feminists, I have wondered, in particular, in the Combahee River Collective statement, why people like Fran Beal, Zahara Simmons, other feminist leaders that came out of SNCC were not included in as reference points there. And I'm wondering where you would place organizers like them in the Black radical feminist tradition. And I'll just say, as background in answer to your question on organizing, I'm not sure that this is the answer, but in my groups, I'm sort of in 4 groups, right? I'm in the Malcolm X grassroots movement, which has a New African Women's Caucus, which is necessary, absolutely, and insufficient. And I'm also in National Women's Liberation, which has a women's caucus. I
want to join one of these groups as a spy.
Which is absolutely necessary, and also
I'm going to go join the Southern New Hampshire Democratic Socialists. By the way, we found Brooklyn Way. Thank you for sending us their Twitter account.
I think that may be a needed way to organize.
I'm going to join one of them as a spy. Nothing could go wrong with this plan.
There are better ways.
I'm going to go give me some Antifa training.
I mean, it's always interesting, like, how do we connect the dots of all the different areas of work that we're doing? And some of it will overlap and some of it won't, right? How does Fran Beal and Zahara Simmons, 2 people I know very well, many years, fit into the Combahee River? So Combahee River Collective statement was a statement, it came out of Boston, people who broke with the National Black Feminist Organization. They felt at the time was too liberal, and were responding to violence and murders of Black women in the Boston area. So it grew out of a very specific group of people doing organizing in a very specific place. At that time, Fran was on the West Coast.
The left more or less ignores me because the right attacks me so much.
She wrote Double Jeopardy, which was a
so I really think I could go join local Antifa and probably be fun.
SNCC Women's Caucus.
I'll make up some story. I'll be like, I left. I'll do exactly what the right wants me to do, and I'll make up some story like, oh, I left the libertarians. I left them. They were awful. I'm coming back.
So
I'll play it like the right thinks I'm gonna play it.
you know,
I'll use
epicenter
all
of
the
Black
bullshit
feminist
lies that
organizing, I was in
conservatives
a
have
group
spread
called
about me to my advantage to be able to
Acronym Women in
infiltrate the
Defense of
enemy.
Ourselves, and
I'll wear a
the
hat.
Baker
I'll wear
Collective, and
sunglasses.
there are many, you know, there are many examples of this, but that document that was produced, I think, captured a sentiment that is so important, which just lays out, you know, almost in bullet point fashion, you know, the different areas
Stephen
of
who?
oppression
I'm not sure who you're
and
talking about,
fight
Grey
that,
Pill.
that they were endorsing and embracing as a Black
I mean, the right's been saying that I'm going to
practice. So
leave
that's why it
conservatism
gets held
for,
up,
well,
but
they started
yeah,
saying I was
those
going to
other
leave it
stories
after
are
I already
important
left
too.
it, but
Thank you.
they've published whole stories on me about how I'm obviously just a grifter that will change my political maneuver, my political beliefs
Hi,
at any
my
moment.
name is Petra.
So
and
why
I'm
not
actually
use
from
that? Fuck it.
Toronto. And thank you for your talk. And I'm a bit nervous myself.
Don't be
standing
nervous. Why
before
are people
great-
nervous?
but,
You're probably in the friendliest room that you've been in a long time.
yeah, and I just wanted to, you know, to the question of how do
Oh,
I
Crowder.
practice? I actually think
Steven
coming to
Crowder.
a conference like this is
I don't
part
think
of
of him as
transforming
Steven.
self. So there's an example, I'm sure, for everybody that's here. And what I want to ask you about is good versus bad capitalism, financial feminism.
Oh yes,
And,
share what does good
I wanna-
capitalism look
in
like?
my work
Good
experience, where I
capitalism looks
work
like
with
things that
is,
benefit them.
what I would call women entrepreneurs of all backgrounds, but who operate micro enterprises. And that's the majority of small businesses, like micro enterprises, less than 1 to 4 people. It's the big chunk of things. And what I noticed in that space over many years is that there's a lot of
Crowder never called me out,
marginalized
but a lot of
folks that
people on the
start
right have.
businesses, new immigrants, women who
Because
are
they're
corporate
fucking
refugees
morons.
or traumatized to the point where working somewhere else just isn't going to happen. Women who've been incarcerated, who aren't eligible to work anywhere else, starting businesses. I work with those organizations. And they're starting enterprises to create right livelihoods.
This
for
woman's like,
themselves and
sometimes
their
capitalism
folks,
can
and they
we
wanna
be
pay their
good?
people
Can we
well.
just acknowledge that
But they
sometimes
don't see
capitalism is
themselves
good?
part of this conversation because they feel like imposters. They're like, we're kind of capitalists, aren't we? Because we have a business, but we really don't want to be part of capitalism because that's what got us into this situation in the first place. And so how do we how can the left mobilize radical micro enterprise owners and not leave them out of the conversation, because the capitalist conversation for a lot of folks feels like I don't belong there. Yet I know they do, because I work with them all the time.
Yeah,
So that's
thank you
my
for that question. You know, I think this question of small businesses and capitalism often comes up, right? I think it's a very thin line sometimes of small businesses that function more like co-ops, right? Than for-profit business, even though technically they may be for-profit businesses, but everybody works there. It's not like a boss, you know, sitting on a yacht somewhere and exploiting workers' labor in order to make a profit, right?
Did those
So I do
workers
think
agree
that
to
we
take
have
that
talk about
salary to
small
do that
businesses in
job?
certain- But the aspiration
Oh, small
of a
businesses
lot
are
of small
acceptable.
businesses
Oh, got
is
it.
what? To become a big business. So it depends on the trajectory of that business, the organization of that business. I think we
Businesses are
can't be
only good if they
dogmatic
don't want to be
about, you know,
successful, is what
somebody
you just
owning a
said.
bodega is the same as Bezos or, you know, Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, that's ridiculous. And in fact, there's a tension between small businesses and big capital. Now, in the sort of old Marxist lingua franca, we talked about petty bourgeois stratum. That can be a professional class as well as small entrepreneurs, but it's a question of the political identification and how are you actually supporting yourself. If you're working every day at the store, you know, that's a whole different thing than if you have 100 people working for you and basically paying them as little as possible, charging as much as possible for the product in order to accrue surplus value and live well. That's a different formula than a bunch of family members working at a store. I'm not sure where the line is, but I do know there's a tension there too, because a lot of times there is an identification and an aspiration in small businesses who become kind of the PR, the poster children, if you will, for big business. People's like, capitalism's great. Look at all these entrepreneurs in your neighborhood. Are they the problem? Kind of hiding behind them doing their dirty work. So I think we have to have a nuanced view about small businesses, understanding that tension of aspirational and identification versus what is the real contours of their lives. But I also think, you know, the idea of workers' co-ops is one way to kind of get around that, where people are benefiting from their own labor, and then whatever comes back to the collective goes into the collective and goes to social, causes. So, yeah. Hi.
Hi, thank you. My question kind of falls
Y'all
under.
can answer some questions too, as well as ask some questions.
Yeah, I will say that I'm actually one of those for-profit entrepreneurs, and I think one of the lessons
What you
I've had.
selling?
Huh?
What you selling?
Great question. I do consulting around like
Okay.
tech abolition work.
She does
And one of the things
consulting
that I've definitely
around
had to deal with
tech
is realizing
abolition.
how much the employer is
Bro.
incentivized to exploit your laborers and how difficult it is to stay in business.
Mhm.
That's a side
Sounds like
point.
you're selling your labor.
Exactly. So my question for you is, you
Also,
spoke
selling
really
your labor is
eloquently,
okay. Like when you
about
accept a
the
salary to
challenges
do a
of working
job
within the nonprofit industrial complex.
at a business.
A lot of the movement is funded work. Most organizers are also workers. What does it mean for us to be working towards abolition and in a way which is compensated and often professionalized? What are the different tensions there, and what guidance do you have for us?
Yeah. So we had so I also, in my day gig, I try to do my social justice work in the context of the university that I work in, as well as very deliberately outside of it too, because they don't own me and they just pay me. But we run something called the Portal Project, which brings together artists, activists, and scholars to talk about
She does social justice
across
work
different boundaries
inside
and
the
so forth.
university.
And so many of the activists,
You don't
and
say.
most of the activists I know of this generation
You
are
don't
paid
say.
workers, and that's, I think it's great on
I am
one
shocked
level, and
by
it's a
this
contradiction
revelation.
and a tension on another level that we really do. I mean, I said it before. I do think we have to look to finance our movements, and at some point, it has to be what we do in that little margin called free time that we increasingly have taken away from us. That our voluntary work is very important. To say, I'm supporting this group because I believe in it, not because I need a job, right? And then you might have to subsidize organizers who need to do a part of that work. I'm not being a purist about it, but everybody doing the work can't be doing it as a career move, right? And I think, it's hard, and it's hard to say that, and it's maybe easier for me to say that I've never worked as an organizer. I work for, an institution that's problematic as hell, right? The university, which tells you to rank young people and deem this one smart and that one not, and this one gets in. It feels very unsavory sometimes. But in my own time, I can work on support the things I believe in, and then to fight and organize in my workplace at the same time. So yeah, and I think maybe what else is embedded, like a lot of movement, big movement organizations are getting unionized. So if you're fighting for a campaign or a cause or a
Guys, I just put a poll in the
issue,
chat to see if you want me to stream their
and you
keynote
have
later about
the
racial
privilege and have
capitalism at
paid
9
staff,
p.m.
then those paid staff
I'll
also
do
have
it if
be
you want me
treated,
to.
According to the principles of the
You'll come
movement and
back
the
and watch it, and
organization.
we'll
But
do
it is a
Socialism
hard one, and I do
Saturday.
think moving towards self-financing our work is important, and strategizing for that. So if foundations, you can view philanthropy as a form of reparations, but you become very dependent on
Philanthropy
it.
is a form
So
of
if you want to do
reparations.
that, and sometimes,
I mean, I guess
full
it is. I guess
disclosure,
reparations would have to be
I'm on the
philanthropy,
board
wouldn't
of
it?
a foundation in Chicago that supports organizers, right? I'm not, it's not my family fortune or anything, but I happen to be on there, and it's to mitigate harm, and it's to also, make sure organizers get and organizations get a little support for the work they do. But my emphasis is
My
to support
channel is
movement
indeed
building
monetized.
work, and there's a category
I'm happy to
of
serve
funding
you an
that we
ad
call
if you want me to
movement
prove
building,
it.
which is to limit the competition between different organizations that are fighting for funding, and then to do big no strings attached contributions to organizations.
Because I'm
so
an
then
unabashed
organizations
capitalist.
then have to work to build off of that, to create a co-op, let's say, or to create a space that is shared that then can generate revenues for movement. Bookstore, The example I meant to give earlier too about the tensions between big business and small business is how behemoths like Amazon have really served to put out of business small bookstores, community bookstores, where we're also movement meeting places in a lot of cities, because they can do it big and they can do it cheaper, and they can, rip off their workers much more effectively. Yeah. There ain't no neat answers to these questions, folks, sorry.
Hello,
Thank
brother.
you, Barbara, for participating and educating, and knowing that you are a educator inside of Illinois prisons, and just basically dealing with some of the inhumane conditions inside of Illinois prisons, such as the water situation. What would your advice be to people that are advocating for change against the Illinois Department of Corrections? It seems like it's a stronghold in fixing this issue that is affecting more than 30,000 different individuals that are incarcerated. And lastly, one thing I would like to say is this: it's always an honor for me to come here and to see the young people here. I want you to understand
I'm
one
gonna have to
thing,
get like
that
a Soviet style hat with
change
a
does
hammer and a
not
sickle
come
on
with
it if we
the
keep doing
broken down
Socialism
criminal
Saturday.
justice system or
And
any
then
of these
Cassandra Fairbanks
systems
will
that
write
are
another hit
in
piece
place.
going, "She was
Change
never
comes
a
through you,
conservative," with like
and
the
I'm
hat with
proud
like
to
the hammer and
see
the sickle
all
on
of
it as
you out.
proof, even though
Thank
I'm
you.
just
Before you
wearing it
leave
for
the
a
mic,
gag
speaking
for
of
a stream.
educating, why don't you tell them who you are?
Well, my name is Mark Clements. Unfortunately, I wear two negative titles in the state of Illinois, city of Chicago, county of Cook. I was a juvenile that was sentenced to natural life inside of a prison, told that I would die. Unfortunately, I was also someone that was taken down to the police station at the age of
You mean a
16,
hat.
and I was tortured. So many of us don't understand torture. So
One of the things I
basically, I
actually do
look at
appreciate
these
about
young
these people
kids
is
and I
focusing
see
on
myself
prison reform
opportunity that I
and helping
never
people in
had, that I
prison,
wish that I
because I
had.
do think that
And I
our criminal
encourage you
justice
young
system is
kids to
completely
keep
effed.
fighting, because now
As many of
I
you
have
now know, I
watched
had a
from
friend that
being
went to
a
prison for a
young
long time for a
adult,
crime he did
now
not
I'm
commit, but
older.
had to plead guilty
So
to, because
now
if he hadn't pled
older, I
guilty to
can't
it,
move
he
like I
was in
used to
very real
move
danger of going to
anymore. I
prison for the rest
can't
of his
be as
life for a
vocal
crime he
as I
didn't
want to
commit.
be as vocal anymore. But I encourage
So I
you
actually
all
do
to keep
appreciate that
fighting,
about these
because we
people. That
need
I
you.
appreciate that
And
she's
not
going
only do
into
we
prisons
need
and
you,
teaching people.
wherever you come
I
from, it's
appreciate
so very
forgiveness. I
important to get
appreciate,
involved
you
into
know,
something so that we can
this stuff
change
is not
these
all bad, I guess is
conditions.
what I'm
These are
saying.
your fathers, your mothers, your uncles, your aunts, your brothers, your children. This is
Yes.
your community. And
It's
if it
our
don't
Socialism
change,
Saturday. It's not my
we
Socialism
going down
Saturday. It's
each and
all of
every
our
day,
Socialism
but you can
Saturdays.
pull it up. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mark raised the question of, I mean, I think supporting the organizing work that's going, I mean, the ultimate solution, of course, is to abolish, prisons that cage human beings. But also to take seriously that ameliorating harm is a thing. And it's easy to say, we don't want any reforms when the reform is not going to impact your daily life. I remember Albert Woodfox, who was a friend who died recently.
I've seen firsthand
gave a
what prison
talk for
does to
us,
people, and it's not good.
a
That's all
young
I'm
person
saying.
stood up and said she was an abolitionist and she wouldn't support anything that furthered prisons. And he was like,
It's not to say there's no
I'm not for
crime.
furthering prisons. I would be the
It's to
last
say that our
person
criminal
I would, of
justice
course, spent
system is
43 years in,
completely fucked.
solitary in Angola prison. But he said,
Again,
but,
something
but
conservatives
I'm
don't like to
living
hear,
that
but that's
every
the
day.
truth.
And I want that hurt to be a little less. I want that pain to be a little less. I want a little more of my humanity and dignity. And so to never reduce that to trivial reforms is very important. So yeah, supporting leadership of folks inside.
Yes, that's one of the
Hi,
"you're a coward
I'm
if you don't stand by
Sierra.
your convictions"
I'm
thing.
with an
Yes.
organization called Scalawag. We're based in the U.S. South.
Scalawag?
Scalawag, yes. And my question is about ideological clarity you were talking about, and I'm really curious about what
The love affair that
an
conservatives have with
ideological
police is
strategy
sickening
looks
to me.
like on
I
a
don't think it's
mass
good. I
level.
don't
I
think
think
it's
that's
healthy.
something that the right has done really well and really effectively. And I think that's something that we on the left, I think that we have a strategy to do that once you're in movement, but if you're not in movement yet, it's a
These
lot
people think the
harder
right are
for
good at
folks to
organizing. Holy
understand
hell.
what our ideology is. So what does it look like for us to build that strategy for folks who are not with us quite yet?
Good question. And we need to always be, oh, sorry. Oh, should I take 3 and 2?
Okay.
I think you'll probably be the last person we have time for, so I just didn't want anyone else to get up and get in line and be told we're out of time. So
Okay, good.
what we have up is what we'll go through.
Good intervention.
That's cool.
And we have till 4:30?
Yeah, till 4:30.
Okay, so we have, yeah, so I'll be less long-winded. Yeah, oh, right, your question, I'm on to the next. Yeah, no, I think that's really important, how we look outward, and that we can become very insular, and in a very alienating world, it's easier to kind of like get with your peeps, and you don't
You
even
know who are
finish
the
your
only
sentence,
people who
everybody's
who
like, yeah,
claim I generalize the right
the
are
point is, we
conservatives?
gotta talk to other people. We gotta talk to people who
Universally.
disagree with us. We
Everyone
gotta
else thinks I'm
talk to
right.
them in the way that they listen. We have to respect the fact that we don't have all the answers.
The
Would be
conservatives
nice,
do have
but
a
we
love
don't.
affair with law enforcement agencies.
And I
They
think there's
absolutely
various,
do.
Sort of portals, if you will, for that.
Even when those law enforcement
one
agencies
of
are
which
stabbing them in the
is
back.
Publications. So I'm very excited about, Kianga Yamada Taylor is launching this new publication called.
Who runs Back the Blue?
So that would be good.
Who preaches Back the Blue? Who makes Back the Blue
Popular
flags?
education that a lot of organizations do, routinely, and much of it on Zoom, but the People's Forum in New York is a good model for that. There are people there with a particular political point of view, but they are also very, open and diverse in all the, progressive forces that they invite to come to that space. So you can go there and take a class on dialectical materialism, or, the revolution in Chile, or whatever. So, I think sites of popular education are forums. The Rising Majority is doing something soon, hopefully, called Freedom Circles, encouraging people to self-organize in groups for study. And people do, like religious groups do this with, sometimes very dogmatic agendas. But,
By the way, I'll rail on the
people get
difference
together and say,
between
"Let's
this
figure out the
conference and
world.
CPAC
Let's
in a
figure out
second
what
once we get
believe in."
done with
And
this.
we should invite people to do that too. The Breathing Room here in Chicago is a spot where a lot of that happens, and it often happens over food.
Would you prefer that I enumerated every single person on the right? Because that's not realistic either.
To talk about, so I think
If
that's
the
that's
majority
kinda
of the
outward
right
push.
say
And then
something, I'm
building
going to
campaigns that
collectivize
can
it. And
just
if the
come
right
into,
doesn't like that, then they can
right?
tell the majority to
But the
change
ideological
to change what they're
part of
saying.
creating forums, both online and
The problem with the
publications,
right
and
is that they're fucking
opportunities for people
cowards
to
who don't
talk
speak
about
up.
ideas, and thinking that that's important. It's not just extra.
My question is actually kind of, I think, related to the last question.
Okay.
I live
What's
in.
your name?
My name's Jay.
Hi.
So I live in one of the few majority Black neighborhoods in Portland, Oregon, and it's been
Ooh,
gentrified.
Portland.
Hell out there in Portland, I'm telling
it's rapidly changing and all that stuff, but it's still
Well,
there where there's a lot
I
of Black
can't do
people
this to
because the Black
CPAC
community is
because
so
CPAC
small.
won't
We
let
all
me,
tend
but
to
there's
talk
also
to
no
each other out
reason
in the
to.
street
And I'll
stuff
tell
like
you
that.
why.
And
I'll
me
tell you
being
more
the
when we
sort of
stop this.
evangelical anti-capitalist, I'm always trying to talk about those kind of topics in not so many words, because you ask them if they're anti-capitalist, you ask them if they're leftist, and they're like, nah, that's them white folks on the street, like that's them whatever. So they're very much like, even though they're aligned
Conservatives
with
don't usually
a
want to
lot of
have a
the
discussion. They
ideology,
want to
like the
dictate.
terms and all those things, like they're
Because
very
they're no
much
different than woke
not
leftists.
about, and so they're not
And
gonna
if you don't
join,
say
like,
what
a
they want you to
movement
say,
that,
they
like,
start crying
uses
and
those
whining.
terms, and so they're being like
There's never any
co-opted,
discussion
those
with
folks are being
conservatives. If
co-opted
they don't
by,
get
like,
their way,
other,
they cry and
I
whine
would
like
say,
children.
reactionary spaces, like the quote unquote hoteps, and like the Hebrew Israelites, and like the folks that are enforcing patriarchy and like Black capitalism. And I guess I just have like a
Like the
general question about
hoteps.
like how can I get those folks? Like, how can I get them before the other folks get them? Like, even if it's just like what readings like Black working class folks like would really relate to, if you have any recommendations, or just any tactics in general.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm a teacher, so I think like a teacher sometimes. And when I'm in movement spaces, I think every teacher is also always a student, with Paulo Freire's lesson.
Thierry reference. Drink, everyone.
People won't join a movement
Drink,
that uses
drink,
those
drink,
terms.
drink,
I think we
drink.
have to be multilingual. I think we have to speak in many different ways, right? And there's a way in which you're talking in the parking lot, or you're talking to your cousin. My parents didn't go to college, and I always said I would write books that my parents could read, right? And I think I learned as much about the injustices of capitalism from my father, who was a factory worker and had been a sharecropper, without any of the terms that I later learned in left study groups and in college. But so the ideas are there, and how we package them. We talk about intersectionality. There's a way to say that, that women of color and Black women in particular carry a lot of loads, right? And they carry them at the same time. So there's ways to explain ideas, and that's what you think about as a teacher, that's what you think about as an organizer. But I think, we sometimes underestimate the ability of people to grasp, or the fact that people already know, that's the Freirean teacher thing, Bill Ayers writes about this. The Freirean teacher thing is that people have a lot of knowledge within themselves that have not been articulated, expressed, or listened to. And so when people can explain their circumstances and we're patient enough to listen, oftentimes complicated understandings of the world come out. And then we name them for convenience, to have conversations and debates with each other and, write articles and books. But I do think we shouldn't draw that conclusion that people aren't going to. Now, people, if you're arrogant and, performing your, verbosity, and people are going to see through that. And so people are, and particularly people who are working 2 and 3 jobs and have some kids at home, they're not going to, they don't want you to perform being smart and telling them how oppressed they are. I think there's a patience with organizing. There's a respect for explaining things in different ways and understanding different ways. And there's different reservoirs of knowledge. So, I'm preaching, but I think all that has to go into how we do and how that manifests.
You guys like that fade?
Will be reflected by those values.
Thank you.
That's $300 worth of yarn right here.
Giving shorter answers. Hi.
Hi, my name is Simone Johnson. I live in the Chicago area, and next week I'll be starting as an assistant professor. And that's relevant.
Good.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, good. An assistant professor. Good. At a socialism conference.
Well, at
good.
DePaul.
Okay.
Oh, at DePaul. Excellent. I know
And,
people who
that's
work in the
relevant
admissions
because
office at DePaul.
I'm teaching Black feminist theory this quarter, and I was, putting together my syllabi and talking to the chair about how I was excited to talk about bell hooks, for example, and they said, watch out, some of the new students might be a little bit hesitant to engage with someone who called Beyonce a terrorist.
Yeah.
And I say that to just pose the question of what can we as educators do to kind of resist the de-radicalization of Black feminism, and what can we do in order to maintain the values and the tradition of Black feminist theory. I'm coming from, Spelman College, trained by Dr. Beverly Guy Sheftall, and
I'm gonna
so
see
that's
her soon. She's my dear friend.
Yes, she's a wonderful teacher and educator and historian of Black feminism, and that's kind of the tradition I'm coming out of. And
Yeah.
being faced with this kind of new horizon in Black feminism is something I'm interested in.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, and I think, Black feminists are not a monolith. I inserted into my comments about Bell that, we disagreed on some things. That's fine. So people have to, not only take the Martins, the Malcolms, and the Marcuses off a pedestal, but also take feminists off a pedestal. Everybody, every Black woman's not always right, and every Black feminist doesn't always agree. And we fight for the positions that we believe in. And there is a tradition that has boundaries and so forth. But, and I think listen to your students too, because sometimes there's things that come out even in students who are reticent to hear about the ideas of Black feminism that are something you can draw on as an educator to get them to open up to other ideas. And they may not agree with Bell on everything, like me. But there's a body of work there that is so valuable, and there was such an intervention that I think you can't ignore it in a syllabus on Black feminist theory. But good luck.
Hi, Professor. My name is Jawanza. You see him pronouns. I'm here with BYP as a board member on the C3 board. And
what's BYP?
And I'm also
Does
representing
anyone
the
know?
Afro-Socialist Caucus, and I work at an organization in New York State called Vocal New York as a director of organizing. And mostly I came up here just to say thank you, because I got to see you, speak, and I've been following you since in 2018 at the BYP 100 National Convening in New Orleans, which was a transformative
I will not
experience
be
for me.
reading Patrice Culler's book.
And I really want to respond
absolutely
to
will
sort of
not.
your sort of question to us, like
Absolutely not.
How do we engage in Black feminist work in our work?
She
And I
doesn't
can,
believe in
you know,
capitalism.
obviously
Why would I
BYP,
give her
that's
money for her book?
But like
Black Youth Project 100.
Oh yeah, Black Youth Project 100. But at Vocal
I
New
lived
York,
with a friend
where
in
we're
prison for a
statewide
crime
grassroots
he didn't
membership
commit for
organization,
8.5
putting power to
years.
end AIDS, homelessness, mass
I don't need to
incarceration,
read
and the
someone
drug war
else's
and its
story about it.
consequences, the overdose crisis, the hepatitis C crisis, and and to build an economy and democracy that works for our people in the state of New York. And we organize 4 issue-based unions. But the organization is I would say a leftist organization, but our membership isn't always immediately leftist. And we're organizing people who are directly impacted. So
every
one of the
time
ways in which I
conservatives call
deeply
leftists
value
leftist as an
you
insult,
and
what
your
I
kind
want
of
you guys to
leadership
hear
and
is that
Black
they don't see
feminist
it
sort
as
of
an
modes
insult.
of
They see it
analysis
as, oh,
and
Black Youth
ways
Project.
to
Thank you,
understand the world
Aaron.
and how to behave, I'm always interested in
They don't
using
see
the
leftists as
issue-based
an insult,
campaign
just
that
like
may
they don't
not
see
be
woke as an insult.
revolutionary as a vehicle by which I'm going to do the critical work to help people develop their critical consciousness to be able
Critical
to demand
consciousness, that's critical
wider
theory.
demands later. And I think that's a really critical thing that we have to do. And I think the reason I bring it into
That
the
shows you that
conversation now
socialism and
is
critical
because
theory is
the
like this.
contradictions that have been sort of coming up that you're responding to, these contradictions abound. And I think it's absolutely critical that those of us who are, Black, queer, feminists, leftist, socialists, also
Black,
understand
queer,
and
feminist,
contend
leftist,
with
socialists.
the corporeal reality. And I think that Black feminist politics and framework really helps us hold that complexity. And that's why I think I've benefited so much from it, from the Combat Hero Collective. And I think that whenever people don't understand an organization like the one I work at and through in New York State, I think when they don't understand that, that's why I don't see every Black organization in the state of New York working to end homelessness, whenever 87% of all people experiencing homelessness are Black and brown, the vast majority of whom are Black women with Black children. It just drives me crazy. So I just wanted to say that, to really plant a seed into the room, to thank you and to thank this wonderful conference. So
Thank you for the work that you do. Yeah.
I'd like to thank you as well, Barbara.
Does that come up for you? No, okay, I'm sorry. Oh, there you, whoa, okay, over your head now. Okay.
All right, cool. Does that work?
Yeah.
All right. So thank you for your comments. I'd like to say just it's good to, I guess some things are intimidating. I think socialism can be intimidating for people. I think capitalism is intimidating. Patriarchy is intimidating. Feminism is intimidating. And I'll say that as how I identify that there can be a reticence to even come in the room. I think particularly here in Chicago, we find a lot of division. Chopping, screwing, divide and conquer is the name of the game, I think, in capitalism. That's how you make profit, period. Cocaine to crack, But it feels like a weekend at Bernie's kind of thing sometimes, carrying around this corpse, this, of patriarchy, sometimes of socialism. There's kind of old ways
Chicago
that has been done for a long time that because we identify, I guess I just came from the identity politics thing that's heavy in this, it kind of can limit us sometimes. And I appreciate your talking about disagreeing, inclusiveness. But I feel like one question is how can we kind of shed that corpse that it's literally like I don't know what the movie is really about, but it's like two white guys walking around with a dead white guy.
Wait, what?
Weekend at Bernie's.
Oh, weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah.
Oh,
And they're trying to get hooked up. They're trying to get plugged in the network, right?
Okay.
I don't know. It's the 80s,
Okay, let me zero in on your question for me though. Yeah.
Huh?
How do we? Yeah. So just give
So
me the,
it's so we use some of these identities,
Yeah.
which I would say, can be feminism, it could be socialist, it could be whatever, to get in the room or get our foot in the door, sometimes just to get into the capitalist, whatever. So I'm curious of what ways that you think, particularly through a lens of Black feminism, that we can start breaking down some of those things to allow, like us, the membrane on a cell, that we can let the good stuff in, have some protection, for ourselves, but make ourselves open to be more inclusive, to disagree.
Yeah.
And then just the other question, which I think is kind of big, but I ended up, through my experience, even with the breathing room, encountering challenges around my patriarchy, being put up to question. And along the vein
this
of
guy's
that,
like baby socialist. He doesn't know what's going on yet.
What is the matriarchy? And I really would love to know, because I'm just purely curious what that looks like. That's something that I think is deeply powerful. It's
What
not
is the
acknowledged,
matriarchy? Oh
and
God, this
perhaps
is not
there's
going
a
to
way
have the
without it being
outcome
like
that he's
racial
hoping it's going to
capitalism,
have.
gender capitalism, or whatever, putting us into a situation.
Look at her face.
Well, we probably should, need to have a bigger talk than we have time for right now.
Yeah,
but
maybe the
thank
first
you for
question.
that.
Thank
I
you.
mean, what I got from your first question is how do we get beyond some of the labels and that can be intimidating, socialist, et cetera. And I think
She's not
sometimes we get
answering the
dismissive of
matriarchy
labels,
question.
but
She's like,
words
nah.
do serve a function, but words are always contested, right? So I say I'm a socialist. That doesn't connect me necessarily 100 with all people saying that they're socialists. Just like saying I'm a feminist or even a Black left feminist doesn't mean there's not disagreement, and I don't have to carry the bags, right, or the baggage of everybody who's ever identified in that way. These are contested terms, and they're living terms. Like, they mean different things for different generations. So sort of in defense of the term sometimes, but I think, you're right. We have to use different kinds of language. The last question you said, about the matriarchy. I mean, there's a lot of myths about matriarchy and woman-centered power. For example, in the Black community, there's myth around the Black matriarchy, that because Black women have been strong, because Black women have a different gender experience or racial experience than white women, and certainly white middle-class women, that somehow these all-powerful women are running their communities. We have patriarchal traditions in the Black community. The Black church is one. Right? There are all kinds of norms and practices in the Black community that are in fact patriarchal and that are misogynist and that are harmful. And, so I think we have to tease that out. Like, culture is always a moving, fluid thing. And there's always different
She just
components to any
politicked
culture,
that
some of
answer.
which
She
keep
was
us
like,
alive and some of which kill
let
us,
me
right? Like, sometimes
just
even eating practices
guide
can be
you
a
over
cultural thing and
here.
authentic, but it can also kill you because, wherever it came from, it's not healthy. So, so I don't know. I don't think in terms of matriarchal capitalism. I don't think that that's a helpful frame for us. But I do think we have to take seriously that sexism, misogyny can come from lots of different places. And someone alluded to different forms of feminism before. It can also come from people who identify as women. Women or femmes can also have misogynist attitudes, but we don't live, it's not like a flip side of the coin. There's the matriarchy and then there's the patriarchy, right? Just like there's not people used to talk about reverse racism. That, there's Black
You're
people
right.
that
There
don't
is
like
no
white
reverse
people, and white
racism.
people
There's
that
just
don't like Black
racism.
people. It's about the systems of power that are very specific historically, that we're up against.
Critical race
And
theory
so
isn't
that's
about
what we
race.
have
It's
to be
about power. She literally just
confronting.
said
And maybe
that.
we'll have to
Critical
do
race
a
theory is
chit-chat
not about
off mic.
race.
But
it is about power.
that's what I would offer in response to you. So thanks to you. We also have.
Yeah. I didn't want to say that it was the opposite. I just was in the spirit of building.
Yeah.
Or what is the way that we can build matriarchy in the healthy way, getting back to the roots? That's all.
And I would say woman-centered power and not matriarchy, because to me that connotes a certain kind of dominating power. Yeah, that's the only thing. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your question.
They literally think that naming it something else makes it different. All right, guys. Well, that is our Black feminism panel. And what I liked about that, actually, why I'm really glad that we watched that, is because it wasn't really that much about black feminism as it was about how much they hate capitalism. Now, I did run a poll in the chat earlier, and 91% of you would like me to stream again today. Now, we have wrapped up the streams that are available on Haymarket Books right now, but later at 9 p.m. tonight, they will be streaming Change Everything, Racial Capitalism, and the Case for Abolition. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know why they're streaming this at 9 o'clock at night. That is really weird, which makes it seem to me like this might be one of their big special keynote speakers. So 91% of you have voted that you would like me to stream this. I'm going to do my very best. I got to connect with Victor. I got to see what Victor's plans are for the night. Because I'm sorry, guys, my husband might on occasion take priority over all of you, but I may be back later. I would probably start a little bit prior to 9 p.m. So just keep an eye out on the channel. If you're not subscribed to the channel already, make sure you hit that like button, hit the subscribe, turn on the bell for notifications. If you are in my locals community, you can go to, I will be sending out an update about whether or not I'm streaming, kb.locals.com. My locals is free to join, no cost to join. There is only a cost if you want access to the full features. So everyone should be in locals because it is one of the places where I know I'm going to be able to communicate out with you if I get banned off of every single platform, just like I got banned off Twitter a couple weeks ago for sharing government email addresses. I'm working on the appeal. I'm working very hard and diligently on it. They're just not answering. And I always said I thought they were going to reinstate my account. I just think they're going to drag their feet on it, something fierce, but we're going to make do for the time being. But guys, please follow me on all the social media. I'm on Gab, I'm on Minds, I'm on True Social, I'm on Getter, I'm on CloudHub. I'm even on Parler. I don't even know if people use Parler anymore, but I am on it. So you can find me under Carlyn, Karlyn, under all those platforms. And make sure you join my locals and all that stuff. And I will be announcing if I'm doing a stream later. But definitely, yes, Aaron, yes, I got permanently banned off of Twitter for sharing .gov state email addresses. And Twitter claimed I was sharing private information, which of course I was not sharing private information. I was sharing state email addresses that are available on the state website. Happy birthday to Leonard. I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. All right, guys, I may be back later. Keep an eye on things. I will let you know. But if you want more socialism, we might do more Socialism Saturday a little bit later. Thank you guys for hanging out, and we'll see you soon. Bye.